Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Relating and Recovery Podcast. I'm an alcoholic and an addict. My name's Dustin.
How you doing, Dust?
Hey, not too bad.
Good. My name's Jay. I'm an alcoholic and a drug addict.
Hey, buddy, what's going on? So, I'd like to welcome everyone to our Christmas special.
What? Is that really happening?
It's happening, man,
today.
today.
This is really happening.
That's it, yeah.
We've been talking about this for a long time, man.
Yeah. You excited for Christmas?
Oh, my gosh. I'm broke. I'm broke.
Broke. Me too.
My God. But I have the paycheck for life,
Yeah, man.
I'm rich. Just got no money.
Right on. So, why don't you tell everybody what we're doing today?
We are launching our YouTube channel, for starters. That will be it'll encompass our Spotify, iTunes, iHeartRadio, and all the other platforms that we're sitting on. But most importantly, brother, we are bringing together a whole bunch of incredible men and women to talk about different challenges that we face during the holiday season. Right? Listen, Christmas is tough for the best of us, right? Yeah. But those of us in early recovery, long-term recovery, husbands and wives of people in recovery, children of recovery, people in fighting a variety of different challenges and battling all sorts of different illness. Sometimes we have nowhere to turn, right? And this year is a little bit different in the fact that we're dealing with this pandemic in the world. So the climate we find ourselves living in is even more challenging financially and emotionally. Separating from our families, social distancing, all these things create a whole new set of challenges. So how are people gonna embrace these challenges and go forward, right?
Yeah, and an important time to have connection, right? And that's what we're hoping with the Relating and Recovery podcast, is that it brings people together. And we might not have our 12-step meetings in the conventional sense, so we have them, but at least we're trying to connect in many different ways, like Zoom, like this on the podcast. I've been listening to more podcasts. I don't know about you.
Oh man, I'm becoming a podcast guy.
Yeah, speaker tapes, all kinds of different stuff that we're trying to use those tools right now. And then obviously, we got to stay connected to our friends, right? Using the phone and social media, and that's where all this spun off from, right? Is a lot of our connections on social media.
You said the two best words, right? Connection and hope. I mean, that's exactly what we're doing. We're hoping to reach somebody and connect with somebody, and in turn, it'll create some hope. And then that person can connect with somebody and create some hope, and then so on and so on.
Yeah,
right?
pass it on.
Amazing. And we've seen it happening, right?
Yeah.
Season 1 was amazing, right? We had nothing short of miracle after miracle after miracle, and this was all more than we ever could have dreamed, right?
Absolutely. So why don't you tell our audience about how we're going to do this episode today?
So we're going to have, somewhere between 17 and 23 guests. We're going to touch on a variety of different topics. Listen, the truth is, you guys have heard Dustin and I talk far too much in the last first 10 seasons.
Yeah, agreed.
Especially Dustin. So, there's that. And, by the way, if you're just listening and you're not watching, Dustin has these beautiful little reindeers hanging from his beard. Really, really fancy. One's kind of pink, one's red.
That's a lie.
Yeah, it's a lie. That's a lie. The truth is we're going to have these guests on, and we're going to touch on a variety of topics, and we're going to hopefully not only inspire, but maybe come up with some strategies in order how to get through the Christmas holidays. No matter where you are in your journey and your challenge, right? Then maybe hopefully that we'll cover a topic that will be intimate and personal to you. And that's all we hope for, right? Listen, Alcathons are going to be gone virtual, all these different reasons why we're doing it. And maybe you're sitting there on Christmas Eve tonight, and maybe you're sitting around in front of the fireplace, and maybe you're in a predicament where your mind is starting to take over your thinking, and your thinking's getting a little sporadic, and maybe something you'll hear today will bring you back down, right? Or or lift you up, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, no, for me, I'm very young in recovery, but the last couple Christmases, the last couple Christmases that I've been sober, it seems like the holidays is a time where a lot of reflection takes place, right?
Right.
I know for me last year, just getting the Christmas presents under the Christmas tree for the kids, and we did some cookies and carrots for Santa Claus.
Nice.
The display for the kids.
Very
and,
nice. Yeah.
For me, I got the presents under the Christmas tree, and my wife and I took a moment and went, I think we did it. We're done. And just the emotion that I felt in that moment, a lot of gratitude, right? Because there was some Christmases that we didn't have that. We there wasn't much under the Christmas tree, right? So I think one of the things that happens for me around the holidays is there's a lot of reflection, and I think that's something that, when the world slows down and we take some holidays and we're off work, and that's when my mind starts to go, right?
Absolutely.
So that's when I need to connect with my fellow.
And the pressures are raised, right?
Yeah.
The financial restraints, and all of a sudden we have our house has to be perfect, and all these
family coming,
kids, and etc. Right?
So it's it's one of those times when I think we need to keep that connection with our fellows, right? So
amen to that, brother.
Hopefully, if this year with the challenges that we face with COVID-19, if you're tired of speaker tapes and you're tired of Zoom, throw on a podcast and maybe you hear something that could help. Or...
The truth is, 1 through 10 all had their own beautiful dynamic, and there's something in there for everyone. You know what's funny about the podcast? I'm going to say it. I would listen back, because we had to listen, obviously, in order to before we would say.
Yeah, make sure I didn't say anything stupid, right?
I would listen to them back, and I actually would learn stuff from myself. Because I'd hear something, and then it would make me think about something, right? And then I'd have new self-awareness, and not always good stuff too. Right?
Yeah.
Sometimes I'd be like, "What the heck's he talking about? That guy's crazy."
Yeah, I had a breaking moment with our episode with Stacy, talking about validation. Just in that conversation, unraveled some things inside of me that I realized I needed to work on. Right, so subsequent call to the sponsor afterwards.
Yeah, you were telling me.
Definitely
I had a similar experience with Glenn's.
Yeah, Glenn's episode. Amazing.
I was literally, when we were recording, I was sitting there, I forgot where we were. I was just... It's beautiful.
He was great.
Yeah.
So that's the plan for today. We're going to have a whole bunch of people on, whole bunch of different perspectives.
It's gonna be a lot of fun.
And different experiences. And so we hope that you all enjoy it.
Yeah, and it's Christmas in a couple days, right? In a little bit, week.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, man, it's gonna be exciting.
We're broke, but it's gonna be great.
Yeah, and just to spin off real quickly, let's remember the purpose behind Relating in Recovery is to break down these walls and build some bridges, right? We're not distinct fellowships. We're all encompassed in recovery together. It doesn't matter what your challenge is. We're all in this together. We can hold each other up, back to back, R&R. And the reality is we started this brand in order to hope to create a revenue stream, in order to create a fund that would help get alcoholics and addicts and anyone else who would require in-house treatment beds sooner than what they might have to potentially wait.
Yeah.
Potentially die. We have a lot of fun. We talk a lot of serious stuff, but real families are sad and struggling today, right?
Absolutely.
As a result. So I just wanted to quickly say too. I was like, I have a huge family, like huge Newfoundlanders. We're an interesting.
Yep.
I'll just leave it at that. My mom had like 11 siblings. Dad had like 10, and so I have a lot of cousins. But there was only like a couple guy cousins, and most of my cousins were girls. And I remember this time it was about a week before Christmas, and there was about 15 girls and me, and we were out. And my uncle Ed.
It's kind of like your life now.
Oh, easy. So I had easy. Delete. So we were going snow sledding at this hill, and all the girls had snow sleds and toboggans and all these fancy pants types things, right? And I had nothing, and I was the youngest too, the youngest and the only boy. And my uncle Ed, he's one of us. He one of us. He battled addiction in his whole entire life, and subsequently succumbed to this disease. But we got to the top of the hill, and I didn't have anything, and all the girls were just having a blast going down the hill, and I was always feeling a little different. And he reaches into his pocket and he pulls out a garbage bag, and he pulls out this garbage bag, and he starts to tell me about how he saved this for me because I was special. You're special, so I saved this for you because this is the secret weapon on a snow hill. You get in this garbage bag, and you fly down that hill like nobody's business, right? And so I started to buy into what he's selling, right? I'm catching what he's pitching, right?
Yeah.
And I'm just a child, and I looked up to my uncle. So I get into this garbage bag, and I'm flying down the hill, and I'm telling you, Dust, I'm flying past the girls, right? Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, rah, me, right? Yeah. And I get to the bottom of the hill, and I remember thinking, and looking up at the top of the hill at my Uncle Ed, and I'm thinking, you know, you were the most amazing man I've ever met in my life. You know, I had so much respect and love for that man in that moment. And it really took me many, many years later after Uncle Ed passed from this disease to realize how special he was, right? And it allowed me a shift in my life to take away a bias and a stigma. Even though I suffered from addiction, I had this visualization of what an alcoholic and an addict would look like.
Yeah. Wow.
And it turns out I was really dead wrong, right? And now all you people are like my best friends, right? You're my family, right? Yeah. So it's gonna be a special Christmas this year. You know, we've had challenges, of course, and we know they're here, but it's gonna be a good one, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So what do you think? We should maybe invite in our first guest.
Definitely. We'll get it rocking here.
All right.
It's awesome.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so here we go. Let's have our first guest then. You know, let's get this party started, man. I'm pretty stoked, eh? This is wild. All right.
Come on in.
Kevin, Merry Christmas, brother.
Hey.
Good to see you, brother. Merry Christmas.
Good to see you, Kevin. All right.
Oh, this is exciting. Wow. Look at this.
Welcome.
One of my spiritual giants.
Awesome. I don't know about that.
I feel like a child. Yeah. I'm so excited.
So why don't you introduce yourself, Kevin?
My name's Kevin. I'm an alcoholic and an addict, and I'm also the manager of Renaissance Paul J. Sullivan Center, and I'm really happy to be here.
This is really cool.
Honored that I was invited.
Yeah,
so thanks for having me.
So grateful to have you here.
Yeah, we're honored that you'd come. Yeah.
So we thought of some cool stuff that we could talk about today. One of the main things that we want to talk about is staying sober in the holidays, right? And with your position up in the Sullivan Center there, we have you've seen a lot of people come in and out of recovery around the holidays, right? And we were thinking maybe we could draw from your experience. You could tell us what you've seen that's worked, right? And what has worked for guys staying sober at the holidays. Is that how I want to say it?
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I went through that place twice, right?
Yeah.
And I didn't have the extra pressures of Christmas. I just wanted to stay sober, and I still couldn't pull that together. So, I mean, I'm curious about what you see, what you feel, and what are your thoughts on the guys, especially coming out in the month of December, the second week of December, or right now, the week before Christmas. What additional challenges do they face, and what do you think might be a proactive approach to getting through this thing?
Well, I think for just looking at both of you guys sitting out there, looking at you guys do this podcast, and I was just like really blown away and inspired, right? Like, you guys know exactly what to do because you're doing it. And at Christmas, I think, we have to do the same things, or, clients or people in recovery have to do the same things. And that's like, turn their will and their life over in the morning, stay in the steps, stay in the awareness of how they're feeling in the moment. I think my favorite saying that I learned in treatment is awareness plus action equals change.
Yeah.
And whether it's Christmas time or not Christmas time, I think we really have to be aware of how we're feeling and how we're processing those emotions. With that said, I think Christmas, for the most part, is really hard because it attaches that whole family aspect,
right?
Of the memories, right? The memories, the mistakes.
Yeah.
And you're going to run into those situations where you're going to go see your family and you're maybe newly sober or just getting out of treatment, or still in treatment, and you have to talk to your family at Christmas. I think that that's pretty overwhelming.
Absolutely.
and you're not ready for. I think you have to be prepared.
Yeah.
And I might be a little all over the place. I'm just trying to
Not
think
at
this
all.
out, but
Not at all.
I think you have to be prepared at Christmas, especially when you're going to go see family, because the stuff's going to come at you.
You gotta have a plan, right?
Right.
And you're not going to be ready for it.
Yeah.
Right. And not just an exit plan, an actual plan to be able to recognize these emotions, to be aware that you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
You know,
Utilizing those tools that we're given, right? Especially in the early stages of recovery. I know for me, my first year, I had to stop at a certain point. I know we're not supposed to romance the idea of drinking and using, but for me, my biggest struggle my first year was when all the family was around and it was all happy and joyous and the glasses were clinking because some of my family drank, and that was the moment where I had to step out of that time and go call my sponsor and have a talk. Right. When I was my first year, right? And I think there's a lot of reflection going on, like you say, like the memories, the emotions, right? I think that's maybe why some of us are, we get kind of stuck up in our head a little bit.
Well, especially early, because we don't even, let's face it, we don't even know, like having feelings and emotions are new, right? They're not something that we're comfortable with. They're all uncomfortable. The good ones too, they're, I don't know. I remember for myself, I couldn't process these things. Now for me, I was about 2 months sober on my first Christmas. And I lived at the Alcathon. Yeah. I lived there. I lived literally and figuratively. I had a house in behind the Atlanta Club, but I was there was 24 hours of meetings, and I'm going to tell you, I probably went to 15. Gratitude. Right?
Yeah. So I want to ask Kevin, how long have you been sober now?
14 years sober.
Wow.
Yeah. So in my moving on to year 15, but I've been around since 2003, right?
Wow.
And I've done everything you're not supposed to do in early recovery, and made all the mistakes.
I can relate.
You and Jay hung out together?
Yeah.
We would have.
So what are some of the things that you can draw from that you remember that were very positive for you in around this time of year? Or some things that worked, right?
I think it was staying connected with some really good people from the fellowship. Like, maybe I'll just use the last initials, but I think of people like Kevin T, just an amazing human being that wouldn't let me go, like at Christmas time or when I was going out there relapsing. He was the guy who when I'd relapse and I was back drinking again, and he knew that I needed to be around people in recovery. He knew I needed to see those faces, and he knew I wanted to get back there, but I didn't know how to get back there.
Right.
And he'd call me and he'd say, I'm coming to get you. And I'd be like, I'm drinking. And he said, well, that's okay. I'm going to be there in 5 minutes to get you. Yeah. He said, get in the shower. And I'm like, I'm not going. And then all of a sudden I hear boom, boom, boom on my door, and he'd be there, and I'd be going to an AA meeting.
Way to go, Kev.
So I think it's the connection of people, right?
Yeah.
It's all about connection.
Yeah, staying connected.
It's about staying connected. I think like the Alcathon brings back great memories, like going at 4:00 in the morning to being a part of that home group and committing and saying I'll be there, even though I wanted to sleep. I had to get up with the kids and do whatever I needed to do, but I committed to be there at 4 a.m. Like I was a member of a group called the Faith Group, and we always got the 4 a.m. slot. It seemed to be, right? So it was about committing and showing up.
How'd that work?
I think it's about really staying connected at Christmas time and like getting back to that. We were talking about the plan. It may sound like a simple plan, but we kind of talked about this the other day. It's like, it's about the newcomer, right? Yeah. You guys are talking to the newcomer, and a real simple thing for me, because I always had a beer in my hand, like our sound guy doing our sound here today, he knows
shout out to Warren P.
what I used to be like.
Yeah.
And I always had a beer in my hand everywhere I went. I drove with a beer in my hand. I had beer behind me, and it was always part of me. And somebody said to me, when you go, have a bottle of water in your hand.
Yeah.
everywhere you go.
It's a great tool.
Because
you're
if you
listening,
got a
guys.
bottle of water in your hand
Right.
and you're talking to people, somebody's not going to say you want to drink because
You already got it.
they already feel awkward. They kind of maybe know you're sober or they heard and they don't know how to
great-
react to
it's
you.
a great
But
tool.
you have that bottle of water in your hand.
Yeah.
It's worked for me.
That's
Beautiful.
awesome.
Like
Love
I still play live music and I go to the bars and I play music. I've been sober a long time. I have a plan when I go there. I play in a band with guys that are in recovery too.
Amazing.
But everybody's drinking.
Yeah.
So I always have a bottle of water in my hand.
Got your bottle of
Thanks.
water.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So that's something that's helped me.
I love it.
Part of my plan.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
love it.
No, that's
Yeah.
awesome. That's a great tip, right?
Awesome.
Have a non-alcoholic beverage in your hand.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Well, that was. I want to say thank you so much again for coming in, my brother. This is going to be an incredible Christmas. There's no doubt there's going to be challenges that we all have to face, but together we can face them.
And I want to thank you guys for everything you guys are doing for the recovery community and your enthusiasm and dedication and energy, because it's infectious. It
all
really
Dustin.
is
It's all Dustin.
infectious.
It's all Dustin.
It's all Jay.
He got that pineapple tattoo on his back. He's halfway removed, so everything's changed since then.
Oh, geez. It's almost gone.
All right, hey, have yourself a Merry Christmas, bro.
Merry Christmas,
Kevin,
man.
thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, buddy.
Awesome.
Awesome. All right. Time for our next guest.
I can't wait to. This is awesome. Merry Christmas, man. Merry Christmas.
guys. Good
Great
to
to
see
see
you.
you. Thanks for coming.
Yeah,
Great
my
to see
pleasure.
you.
Good to see you.
Wow.
Awesome.
Yeah, my
Man.
pleasure.
So if you wanna introduce yourself?
Well, I'm Joe Tilley, and I'm in recovery for quite a long time, 28 and a half years.
Oh, I heard that
Yeah.
about you.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
amazing.
yeah.
And a new-
long-time sportscaster from CTV and a brand new grandpa.
Yeah, I was just gonna say,
Bro,
brand new grandpa. Yeah, congrats.
Yeah,
man.
yeah, thank
It's
you.
amazing.
It's exciting. Another
Yeah.
gift of this beautiful journey you're on, eh?
Oh God, yeah, so
Yeah.
many. I can just.
What a beautiful.
Sometimes I think, what it might have been like if I hadn't have found recovery when I did, and what might have happened, and where I might have gone. And no question in my mind, I would have been dead a long time ago. I wouldn't have seen any of this stuff happening, and who knows what kind of effect that has on the family and the ongoing. And so, yeah.
No
Absolutely.
kidding, man. And look at you today. You're just shining bright. I actually see the glow
Yeah.
coming from your face.
Yeah.
Right now. Your eyes are
Bless,
on fire,
yeah.
man. But this is what typically we've been talking about is how challenging of a Christmas this could be based on the the social economic impacts and all these other different impacts of COVID. And yet you must be feeling intense gratitude today for this year.
Oh, well, absolutely intense gratitude. And you know what? I've always focused on gratitude. Gratitude is still very important in recovery, right? And feeling part of, right? So that's why the community is so important. And relating in recovery and being part of that recovery community. Feeling part of, feeling lost. The mental illness aspect of addiction, and is we feel like we're disenfranchised. We're not part of.
Absolutely.
We're alone. We need the contact. And Zoom meetings have been great.
Yeah.
Zoom meetings have been a godsend. And for those of us who've really got into it, it has a lot of upside, a lot of positives, and that you can be in a meeting any time of day, anywhere. Like
Yeah.
I've been on 24-hour meetings with people from South Africa and people from Australia and people from the UK and all over North America, and it's
Newfoundland.
I'm sponsoring guys, right? I'm
It's amazing.
sponsoring guys from Colorado. I'm sponsoring a guy from Florida, right? So
cool.
I mean,
Yeah,
this is
it's
what
amazing.
taking them through the book via FaceTime or Zoom or whatever, and it's amazing. Yeah.
That's so exciting. I actually was
Modem
asked
to modem.
recently that
Yeah, modem to modem, exactly.
somebody said, I'm worried about the newcomer, and I was like, as a matter of fact, in my perception of this whole thing is the newcomer now it's easier than ever to go into a room and keep the video off. You talk about dipping your toe in the water, right?
I mean, anything's like that. It's like anything else in life. I mean, you can look at what's wrong with it and focus on what's wrong with it, or you can look at what's right with it and focus on the good. I know there's people that pulled right away from Zoom meeting. I mean, that's to their own detriment, I'm
Sure,
sure. I mean,
absolutely.
Why would I do that? Why would I put myself in a position to be harmed like that? So to me, it's a no-brainer. You pick up and you do is recovery. I mean, listen, in 1939, when the Big Book came out, and people started to hear about Alcoholics Anonymous, and they started to hear about recovery program, they the word was through. There was word of mouth. There was articles printed. People started ordering books.
Right.
In Alaska, different parts of Canada, people would order a book and they get a book delivered by, they send a note to central office in New York. They get a book, they get a big book back. They'd read that big book and they'd start doing what it says in the big book. People were recovering by themselves, reading
mail.
a book by mail in 1942, 1943, and then taking that and carrying that message on to somebody else.
Yeah.
And that's, if they were doing it then in 1943, why can't we plug in a bloody Zoom meeting?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right?
So
you're preaching to the converted. We legit are like we're Zoom. We're Zoom. All zooming in.
I've spent I've gone to 5 meetings in a day on Zoom.
All I want to do is Zoom,
conferences.
Zoom. Boom, boom.
That's one thing. I got sober about 2.5 years ago, and that was one of the things. And you were one of the first people that I noticed. It was that you have that passion and that excitement for recovery.
Yeah.
And after quite a few sober Christmases, right? Sober years, and it's just amazing to see. It's infectious, right?
After we lost our son Spencer to this disease, right? And after doing that, I knew that it was important for me to throw myself even heavier into helping other alcoholics, and that's what I've been doing. And it just makes my life, when I see the light come on for a new guy, that is what makes it for me. And I get to share Spencer's story. He gets to help people now still today, and that's a big part of what gets some person through something like that. Like recovery is always the answer, right? Like throwing myself more into recovery, working the steps to the best of my ability, and just sponsoring other guys, helping other guys. That is the answer, right? So
it's amazing,
That's
Joe.
amazing.
You really are truly an inspiration, and we're genuinely super happy and blessed that you could have joined us here today. I want to just quickly before we wrap. I know you're in a hurry, you got things to do. We all, life is busy, right? Yeah. I just wanted to look. So when you came into these rooms, or when you came into recovery early on, there was obviously a very a litany of different challenges. Your first Christmas, second Christmas. But today, right, with all this sobriety and all these resources and the Zoom you mentioned and the connections you have and the gratitude that you feel and the incredibly incredible challenges that you've had to deal with over the course of that, what is your thought on the challenges that we have this year? What's different this year? Christmas is coming up in a week or so.
Well, it's okay. So it's different. That's it. It's different, right? We have social challenges, and it's different. But even though it's different, it's still the same, right? People haven't changed. Like our personalities haven't changed. Who we are doesn't change. The circumstances change. So, my job is to make the best of the circumstances that I'm dealt with, right? I'm dealt a hand. Do you play the cards, right?
Love it.
Yeah.
I'm dealt a hand, play the cards. What are you going to do? Yes. There's no other option.
There's no gray area, right? It's all black and white.
No.
This is what it is.
I can sit in self-pity, or I can move on and do something with the hand I'm being dealt, right? So that's my job. It's always the onus is always on us as individuals, right? How do we handle it? So.
What can we control? Our reaction and our action.
Just like the program, we can either focus on the problem, which we've done for so long, like the steps teach us, look to the solution, right?
Right. Yeah.
Awesome.
There is a solution.
Yeah,
there is.
Absolutely.
And you're clearly an absolute. You're one of the spiritual giants to me, also that's sharing that out there. Thank you for everything you do, Joe.
Yeah.
Thanks, for real, from the bottom of my heart. I hope you and your beautiful wife Penny and your new addition to your family and all your family have a wonderful Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Go
and all
enjoy.
that good stuff.
Thanks again for coming, Joe.
All right. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, brother. Merry Christmas.
God bless, yeah.
All right, I'll see you soon. So that was amazing, eh?
Yeah, that was great. Joe was awesome.
Oh man, this is going to be a great. I'm just so excited how this is unfolding here, right?
Yeah.
It's important too. I'm a perfectionist by nature, right? I want everything to be perfect, but if that was the case, I wouldn't be who I was, right? Things got to have some sort of, there's some level of acceptance with all the the ebbs and flows of this thing.
You got a lot of working parts today, right? A lot of guests.
A lot of guests.
Just gonna happen as it's supposed to.
Yeah.
So
I just before we continue, I forgot to mention how handsome you look today.
oh gosh, right. The one thing my father told me is he goes, tell Jay to stop calling you handsome on the podcast.
It's the beard. I can't help it.
Couldn't even get through.
Hey, guess
today.
who's coming in, man?
Yeah,
I
who's
think
up?
he's here. Yeah, Rick and M and his wife Lorraine. He's my sponsor, man.
Right
And
on.
Lorraine was almost my Al-Anon
Well,
sponsor.
let's get them on here.
All right, let's
come
go.
on in.
Welcome, guys. Come on in. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Great to see you. Thanks for coming.
Merry Christmas. Welcome.
Thank you.
Come on, sit down. Oh,
Damn.
good to see you, buddy. Rick's always got the best
I was just gonna say the hat.
The
right?
best
You
hats.
should get like red and white one, like a Santa hat, but like a bowl hat. What are those hats called? Fedora? What is that?
Pork pie.
A pork. Oh, never heard of it. Look at me pretending I know. I'm like,
It's
oh
sweet.
yeah. Oh, that's what I meant. Yeah, pork pie.
Right on. Well, welcome to the show.
Yeah.
Welcome to the podcast. Yeah. So we, Jay and I had a conversation before, and that you guys have a lot of sober Christmases under your belt.
Yeah, a couple for sure,
A
right?
lot of sober Christmases,
Yeah.
right? So we were hoping that we could maybe draw on some of those experiences over the years that what you've seen that's worked for you to get through the holidays, because the holidays present a challenging time for us alcoholics and our families.
And our families, that's key. I mean, that's where this and of course introduce yourselves as
Yeah.
well, right?
You want to introduce yourself there?
I'm a grateful recovered alcoholic, and my group is the Gerard Road Group of Alcoholics Anonymous.
Fantastic.
Oh,
I'm
welcome.
a member in good standing.
Oh,
Hey,
good standing.
good.
Oh, that's
Good.
that's debatable.
We'll ask his sponsor later.
we'll ask his sponsor.
And my name's Lorraine. I'm a very grateful member of Al-Anon, and my home group is Let It Begin With Me.
Yeah.
Oh, welcome, guys.
Oh, I love the name of
Member
that.
in good standing also.
I believe that. See, there's the
Our
difference.
home is calm.
I'm humble.
Our home is calm. You said, is that so? That's interesting that you said that. So I bet it wasn't always that way.
It wasn't early on, particularly early on. I mean, I was unwell, and I was in the rooms, and I wasn't doing the things that were necessary for me to do, right?
Right.
So when I started to do that, our home changed, or our structure that we live in changed from house to a home. It was real important.
From a house to
you
a
could
home.
feel the difference with our kids and with Lorraine and I, our relationship. It was just different, right?
Right. Is that how you see it, Lorraine?
Yeah, it took a lot of time. I think what stands out most for me is the first Christmas we were together. Here I go.
It's okay.
We were decorating the tree, and to know me is to know I don't source out jobs in the house. A nice way of saying I'm a control freak. And Rick helped decorate the tree, and he had tears in his eyes, and he said, "This is the first time I've ever done this." And that allowed me to see not the outward alcoholic, but the inside, who the person he was, that he was, he's a real softie. He puts on this facade of being this real tough macho guy. Inside, he's not. He really isn't. Yeah. So that's what I remember. And yeah, there were days. I mean, before he got sober. If you talk to my kids, they would say Mom was the crazy one in the house. He was the one that would put his shoes on and just take off, and I was the one there, and I would be just, out of control. So I think for me, getting my program really changed how I looked at things, and going to his AA meetings really, really helped. I did that for 4 years before I found Al-Anon, and that really helped me understand the alcoholic and where you were coming from, and that you are really good and wonderful people, and that you deserve respect. It's the disease that took you down that road that maybe you didn't want to go down. And for me, it was the same. Even though I wasn't putting booze in my system, my life was just really, really out of control. And I always say that my life was in a rut, and when I worked my program, I got out of that rut, and it allowed me to see who I was, and become the person I am today. I love people. I don't care what walk of life you come from. I will look to try and find the good in you. I just love the program, and I can't say enough about the two programs. I love all of anything to do with the 12-step program.
And clearly the program loves you, because you're shining right now, right? You're shining, and you know, and I really, I just can't stop to think, you know, I as well, I'm I guess what you'd call a newcomer in Al-Anon. I'm not even actually an active member. I'm sort of just dipping my toe in a little bit, and I'm trying to find my way, right? And but just in the short period of time, the way I perceive this whole disease now is completely almost like being turned on its side, right? Because I'm having all these new eye-opening moments. And that being said, I mean, it's so important for us to think about at Christmas time, because so many people that might be listening right now that suffer from addiction and alcoholism and other sort of challenges in their lives, we have to remember, I have to remember that the other people in my life who may still be sick may not be sick from what I'm sick from, but they still have they're still struggling because of my illness, right? They may not have been introduced to an Al-Anon or had any understanding that they're even, I mean, listen, addiction, what we've learned, at least for me, I've learned, is that it is the one illness in the world there, where we tell ourselves we're okay, right? So how do you get better when you don't even know you're sick, right? And that would probably be the case for a lot of people who are family members of people who are in active addiction. Yeah.
They don't realize how much of, even if it's not in the family that they're living in now, it's generational, and the side effects from the disease get passed down.
Right.
And I didn't realize this when I got with Rick, and then someone pointed out, well, why do you think you were attracted to him? It's because he was the way he was, and that's the type of life I was used to living in, and I gravitated to that.
Imagine, right?
Yeah.
And Rick, you got some grandkids, right? Mm-hmm. So this Christmas, like I guess soon, next week, this week, whatever, soon. Yeah. I can't remember what day we're at today, but I know it's Christmas is really close. But a lot of moving parts in my life. But you got some grandkids, and you got so much going on in your life, and obviously I would think that it's the 12-step program, the AA fellowship, and your God that's brought you here. But what's different today for you for Christmas this year, specifically with the climate we live in, versus when you were getting sober the first few 2, 3, 4 years?
Well, looking back, the first more than 4 years, quite a long time, because like I said earlier, that I didn't do the work that was involved. I just sort of went to meetings and stuff, right? And that's why I'm so passionate about the big book now, is because of that, right? When I began to work out of the book, I had this huge change, right? And it wasn't just my attitude at that particular time. It was like Christmases, Easters, everything changed. Like everything shifted when I got involved in the work.
Right.
That's outlined in the book. And so the first number of Christmases, there was a lot of expectations. I thought that I should be able to fulfill this and this and this and this. And I always felt that I fell short. And I would be quiet at Christmas. I specifically remember a couple of Christmases. I just quiet, and Lorraine said, "What's wrong?" And she thought it was because I was emotional, and it was because I felt that I hadn't measured up.
Right.
See, I've always had that feeling, right? I've always had that feeling that I'm just not enough, right? And so unless I can meet some really unrealistic expectations I have in myself, I'm just not enough.
Right.
And when I began to work on me and my spiritual condition, and I began to develop a relationship with this power that I believe in that operates in all of us, there was a shift. Like there was a big shift, and for the last, that was probably, I'm going to say 20 years ago or so.
Right.
And there was a shift, and everything just went upside down, right?
Right.
My thinking changed. My relationship with Lorraine changed. My relationship with my children changed. When my grandkids came along, my relationship with them was better than it probably would have been before. and so it was a big shift. And Christmases were difficult. The first number, right? I mean, not Lorraine's just a Christmas person, right? I'm not that guy, right? It's got to be perfect, or
right. I can relate.
Just toss it out. And start
yeah,
over,
start over.
Yeah.
Hey, give me that time machine. We got to start again.
And so you have this two really strong-willed people, and Lorraine is trying to make it just like perfect for her, and I want it perfect for me, and they don't fit.
Right.
They don't fit together, right?
Right.
Because at that point, we're not fitting together because
Right.
we're not on the same page.
So what do you do then? What do you do at that point?
So I can only speak for me. I struggled through a number of years doing that, right? And when I began to, again, I keep getting back to this idea that when I do the work that's outlined, there's a huge relationship shift in me. My relationship with God, my relationship with my family, my relationship with the people in recovery, my relationship with my coworkers, everything shifts
Right.
when I do that, right?
Yeah.
And so when I began to do the work, those Christmases at home became better because I didn't have the same expectations.
Imagine.
And and so it was a lot of it was acceptance, right?
I was just thinking that the
Yeah.
whole time you were
Yeah,
talking.
same.
Like it says
Accept,
in our book that nothing in God's world is by mistake.
Right.
And when I began to think along those lines, I had less expectations,
Yeah.
and my Christmases improved. Not that we didn't have stressful Christmases, because we're not perfect, far from that.
Yeah.
But they were still a lot even better than the earlier ones.
Right.
I was so emotional in the first one. The first one, I remember that Lorraine brings up every year. She brings that up, and I relive it every year.
I think it's time to start practicing acceptance with that, man.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah.
remember when.
Yeah. It is, because it just shows the kind of cat that I came here with, right?
Right.
And I thought I was just like drinking and dope was my problem, and I come to find that I had way more problems than that. I still got way more problems today than that, but I'm aware of them. That's the difference, right?
That's the difference.
And I really like the Christmas season. I like looking at shiny red stuff, and like people say, "Oh, not another red thing." I love it, right?
Yeah,
I
I'm
love
with you, man.
the phony snow and
Oh,
all that
I'm
stuff
super
that's
corny
really
there,
hokey. I like that
Yeah.
stuff, right?
Me too.
Because Lorraine has instilled that in me.
Right.
And so again, it's about the relationship that Lorraine and I have that we're able to extend to our children and our grandchildren.
Nice.
And they see us both on mostly on the same page.
And that's what I feel like when you were telling me that your grandkids and your children, they're like, so this happened. You started to feel that way as a result of Lorraine, and then as a result, your kids, and then even probably just as exciting byproduct, your grandkids.
Yeah, I can't wait for Christmas Day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I bet.
We have a ball.
Yeah,
we have a ball.
Are you the first one up in your house, Rick?
No.
No,
Eh?
no.
Are you like?
I'm not that
If any
excited.
kids are listening, cover your ears. Are you putting out milk and cookies for yourself? Is it?
No,
No. Okay.
no, I'm not.
So one of the two things that a couple things that
I'm
really
the
take
carrot guy, right?
So a couple things I really take away from Rick and Lorraine is that the importance of the work, right? And when we
1000%.
when we do the work and we enable ourselves to recover, then our family recovers.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
And how beautiful is that? We've even touched on that in another podcast this season, right?
Right.
Seeing the change in your son as well, in your house after you recovered. So yeah, it's just awesome.
No, I just had a thought when you were talking about that. I remember how broken you were when you went through treatment, right?
Yeah.
And now I see posts with his 2 kids and his wife, and he's smiling, and all this stuff's going on, right? And that's not the kid that I saw a couple of years ago.
Right.
Like, and again, I know that's because of, like, I don't know what the focus of this podcast is, but for me, it's about this, relating and recovery.
Right.
All my relationships are recovery, or because I do the work in recovery. That's the only reason that I have the life I have today. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I can't stress that enough.
Right.
That's the deal, right? If you can dipsy doodle into recovery and you never have to do the steps, rock on.
Yeah.
That ain't my story.
Not mine either. I can identify with that.
I think you're preaching to the choir here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, it does not work. And I've been on both sides of the fence, so I know it doesn't work.
Yeah,
I have
amazing.
a relationship with my wife, and it's like warfare all the time.
Right.
For not just for months, for years early on.
I can imagine.
Because we just
Actually,
we're just
I can't
two people
imagine.
like this, right?
No, you can't.
I can imagine that it would be like that, but I haven't been in that predicament yet. I'm still a baby in this program. I'm just getting my
But
first
see, I
set of teeth.
come from an era where go to another meeting was the lingo.
Right.
When I come in, and you guys, all you guys that are here and everybody's listening to this, you have such an advantage today that people are prepared to take you through the book or through the steps. I'm not going there. He's dead now, and I don't want to badmouth him, but you guys are so fortunate that the people are stepping up.
And actually, when I think about some of the long timers like yourself, I think how fortunate it is that you're able to be a part of that, because then we can lean on your experiences, and we can lean on your longevity and your history that allows us to be able to take the stuff that's going to help us going forward. And then as well as carry the message of the importance of the 12 steps in the big book. So
The way I look at it is we're fortunate that you stepped up.
no
And the Ray
kidding.
stepped
I mean,
up.
let's not fool ourselves.
But
Rick.
it wasn't always like that, right?
You
And
took
so
me through the book.
Yeah.
So I mean, you are a spiritual giant. There's no question. And
Well, I don't know about a giant, maybe a midget.
Don't make the ego go.
it depends who you're standing beside. I
But
guess.
if you had seen me 20 years ago, see, that's the deal, right? 20 years ago, I was just a guy that attended meetings.
Right.
I had
Sat on your hands a little bit.
Yeah.
Sat and just force
Like I
yourself
looked
not
good
to
on the
drink.
outside, but I was
Dying
imploding
on the
inside.
inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lorraine, what
Lorraine wants that.
Lorraine, what do you if you, like before we say goodbye today? What did you like to maybe let our listeners know on the Al-Anon side of things? What behaviors to watch for? What are your thoughts?
I always wondered why I gravitated to the people that I gravitated to.
Here's the hats. I'm telling you.
So for me, it's been a journey in my program to look at my life, and I know today my parents did the best they could with what they had to work with. So I've learned on Thursday, we had a gentleman from Michigan share, and he said, Al-Anon is my functional parents. And that really hit with me. My biological parents came from homes where there was drinking and abuse. My Al-Anon family, rock on.
Rock on.
Rock on, because we work the steps of AA. We have sponsors. Our program is pretty much set up the same as Alcoholics Anonymous. And I'm a big component of stepping up and doing service work. I just, again, got back into service work, and I look after the literature for District 23. And I love the guys in Alcoholics Anonymous. I mean, you guys are great. You showed me in the beginning, when I first came around program in 1985, that I had problems in my life. I just didn't know. Not that yeah, these guys were the problem. Yeah, no, that I had problems in my own life. I just needed somewhere to go or someone to help me, and I identified with all your isms.
Right.
And it took a few more years for me to find Al-Anon, and then it didn't stick the first time, and I backed away, and I came back now, and I'm here for me. I come in with an open heart, an open mind, and I listened. I shut my mouth. I sat in the rooms and I listened to what other people had to say, because I know what I was doing, looking at relationships, was not working. So maybe you could really help me, and they have helped me. And I will be forever grateful, because I have seen the change in my kids, in my grandkids. I look after my daughter's son 3 days a week. I'm a big component of my grandkids' lives.
Right.
I just
What a blessing.
I live for my grandkids and my kids, and this guy too, but mostly for them.
That's fair. That's amazing. Well, I want to, on behalf of Relating Recovery and Dustin and myself and all of the team And you know, I want to wish you guys a very Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. And
Thank you so much for coming.
thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Right.
for having us.
Thank you.
God bless.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thank you
guys.
guys. Wow, man, that was amazing, bro.
Yeah.
Like that was my sponsor, eh?
Yeah.
You know, it's like in the universe, there was divine intervention in how I met him, but we'll save that for episode 2 with because there was some pretty amazing spiritual, powerful moments in my life
Yeah.
that brought Rick to my life. And Lorraine's, she's something, eh?
Yeah. She's amazing. What a beacon of hope, the both of them.
Yeah.
Rick had a big impact on me in early sobriety for sure.
You know, and it's funny because like how these things happen, because when I think about relating in recovery, right, and the whole objective was to connect people. And then our whole lives, whether it be with our HP or with each other, or is all about connection, man.
Yeah.
You know, and without that connection, I don't know where I'd be either, right?
Absolutely.
And at Christmas time, let's face it, we not only we either have connection or we're longing for connection.
Definitely.
You know, and that's the truth, right? And then and I think about other things about relating recovery, how the Facebook group and the website is directing people to the Facebook group, and this podcast is directing people to the Facebook group. And as much as we love all these byproducts and these branches of relating and recovery, it all goes back to that Facebook group.
Yeah.
That's where the connections are happening.
That's where it
right?
all started, right? And a lot of this is been inspired from. You know,
We don't even
we've
know.
seen some incredible stuff happen just in a Facebook group, right?
We don't even know the impact, really. Like
Yeah.
we don't know the depth and the reach that it's had. We just know that it's happening.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know.
It's so cool.
So we we have another. Our next guest is here, brother.
Yeah, there he is.
Right
Hey,
on.
come on in.
Right on. Welcome, Marshall. Right? How's it going? Merry Christmas. Thanks for joining us.
Good to see you, Marshall. Welcome. So I'm excited to have you on here. Why don't you introduce yourself?
My name's Marshall, and I'm an alcoholic.
Hey, Marshall.
Welcome, Marshall.
my brother.
Yeah, we wanted to have you on today for a few different reasons, right? The whole idea and the concept of this Christmas special podcast is, for the newcomers like yourself who are new to recovery, and first sober Christmas coming up. But yeah,
man.
exactly.
First one?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So you're coming up on 5 months sober now.
On the 19th.
Awesome! Wow, that's
You're
amazing.
a walking,
man.
talking miracle, brother.
Thank you.
Thank you for my sobriety.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So part of what I wanted to talk about today was, the way that we got connected was pretty amazing, and I thought we could let you touch on, how you came into recovery, because it really is a relating and recovery story. Just how this connection got placed, how you and I got connected, right? So thought you could maybe touch on why we're sitting here right now, right?
Yeah.
How did we get here?
So basically, my alcoholism was spiraling out of control for a long amount of time. And then one night I lost my woman, my house, and my car in one night. And then the next day I reached out and on Facebook, and another friend in Relating and Recovery, Kyle.
Yeah, shout out Kyle. Hey, Kyle.
Yeah, he got me in touch with you, and then just all started moving from there.
Yeah.
And then it's all history from there.
We started working together, and obviously during COVID, right? So we've been directing everybody onto Zoom meetings, right? So
Right.
Marshall's never ever even been to a real in-person meeting.
Come on.
'cause- No.
Never.
No, it's all
Well, I
Zoom.
guess you wouldn't because COVID's been going on that long. What?
Yeah.
You've never been to an in-person meeting?
He's a Zoom baby.
I love this.
Yeah.
And here you are sitting here today recording a podcast for Relating and Recovery that's going to reach countless people, right? I wonder how many more people are listening today have never been to a live meeting,
Yeah.
but are still finding the solution to our illness.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's because of connection, man.
Yeah.
You know?
Connection.
We're just one small little drop in the bucket, starfish at a time. But at the end of the day, I wonder how many worldwide groups are connecting people in this fashion.
Yeah. So what'd you think of the Zoom meetings when you first got on them?
I had to get used to them. I wasn't used to reaching out to people really in general.
Yeah.
But, you know, maybe it was easier for me to reach out on a Zoom meeting as opposed to actually physically going, you know.
See, we've heard this too before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so glad that you touched out on that, because I've witnessed this with other people, right? Because people can come onto the meeting without their camera on, so they're not, you know, and everyone, you know, they don't have their face on, and they're able to start off like kind of ease their way into it,
Right.
and then they can turn their camera on, and they don't have to talk, right?
Absolutely.
There's not some guy standing there, you know,
At the door.
shaking your hand, you know, reaching, pulling you in,
Come on here,
this
kid.
coffee breath or whatever, right? So like,
I got the solution. Follow me.
yeah. So, but it presents an interesting topic, right? Because we're seeing a lot of people stick around in the Zoom meetings, right? That are brand new newcomers, and that was when the pandemic started. You know, all of us in 12-step fellowships were relatively concerned at how this was gonna work for the newcomer, right?
Right.
And you're a success story of this whole pandemic, right? So I think about the person who's sitting at home right now, who's wondering, because of all of everything that's going on with you know, COVID-19 plus everything else, like, you know, I used every possible excuse that I could use to not get sober, right?
Oh.
So especially right now more than ever, there's excuses.
My
that,
cable
that,
went
that
out.
could be
Oh,
used.
that's it.
But Marshall's you're a prime example that, like, no matter what's going on, we can do this, right? We can get sober, and like, it's amazing to think, right? So after you started coming to the Zoom meetings, what steps did you take?
Well, I got a sponsor.
How'd you do that?
Through Relating and Recovery. You know, well, the guy I reached out to originally turned out to be my sponsor.
Okay, cool.
So,
Nice.
and he recommended I do a treatment program. So I did do a 35-day treatment program.
Oh, you did.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah. And that wasn't an easy thing to do. But,
No.
you know, I did that.
Brave.
And then from then, I continued to attend the Zoom meetings. I got a home group on Zoom. So I do that.
Nice.
And then, yeah, that's...
So
keeps
let
me
me
going.
ask you, with Christmas, you know, a real short period of time away, right? There's got to be. I mean, I'm only a baby in this program too, Marshall. Let me not fool you. Like, I'm literally just scratching the surface. I'm learning about myself, but there's fear. I have a healthy fear today, right? I have a healthy fear, right? Because I recognize that in the nature of my illness, you know, I'm one bad decision away from tearing this whole thing down on my head. I know that, right?
Yeah.
So I try to be where my feet are and embrace my feelings and all these other beautiful things that the program teaches me. What fear or apprehensions are you facing right now with Christmas so short time away? You know, for the new guy.
I don't really have that much fear, to be honest with you. The only thing that I'm fearing is just going through a relationship breakup. So really, that's the stressful part for me.
Sure.
But to stay sober, I know it can be hard because a lot of holidays are surrounded with alcohol for some people.
1,000%.
And but I don't really. I just keep playing the tape over and over for what can happen.
I love this.
As
What do you mean by that?
Like the events, all the negative events that I know that have happened in my life as a result of alcoholism and things that I've done that I would never do when I was sober as myself, right? So I just play that over in my head, the full tape, and it's not just like 2 drinks where I can enjoy at a dinner table or whatever. It continues more from that, and then it turns into something a lot bigger.
Sure, man.
And it's
I
like
can
destructive.
identify.
Yeah. It ruins a lot of things.
That ship has sailed.
Yeah. So I just do that, and then that keeps me from being able to be confident in just saying no to the first drink.
Right.
So
Right.
that's
Fantastic.
that's what works for
man.
me.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, we just gotta, like, from what we heard from Lorraine and Rick, you know, and Joe and Kevin, all our guests today, right? We gotta keep that connection. We gotta keep talking to other guys in the program. We gotta go to our meetings through the holidays, right? Because for me, I don't know about you, Jay, but the closer we get to Christmas, and like when things start to slow down and we're starting to have that time off, you know, that isolation kicks in, and I have a lot of reflection, right? And it brings a lot of emotion, right? And I think that's why a lot of people struggle around the holidays. I'm no expert, don't get me wrong.
No.
But I'm making an
Identify.
assumption there that that's where we go, right? in the 2 sober Christmases that I have, I've had to really lean on the fellowship. I gotta stay connected. I'm always talking to Jay and my sponsor, and,
Right.
you know, so it's you know, that's what we're hoping that, you know, we might get to share today with some other newcomers like yourself, right? That are like, how am I going to stay sober through Christmas, right?
Yeah.
Right.
But it can be done.
And I do like that you touched on that whole the premise of, like, you know, when things slow down and we have more time, because like it's dangerous up in my head alone, right? Like, it's a scary dark alley, right? Like, I don't want to go there alone anymore. And the reality is if I have more time to myself and there's more quiet time, this, you mentioned earlier when we started, it's an opportunity for reflection.
Yeah.
Right. So I have a choice then, right? Am I going to reflect and I'm going to do what I'm told to do, and if I use my community and use my connection in order to feel you know, that sense of level. And when we talk about connection, for me specifically, I'm also talking about my spiritual connection with my higher power, right?
Yeah.
A lot of that alone time for me, I use today is for grounding, right? I'm a high energy guy. I don't know if you know that about me.
Yeah,
I've been sitting on my hands, like almost, well, not literally, but now I am. There we go. Literally sitting on my hands to try and contain my excitement and enthusiasm today.
Yeah.
But I really love that you brought Marshall on and invited Marshall. I didn't get a chance to meet you until before today, man. But I'm super blessed that you're here, and I want to wish you an incredibly merry Christmas. You know, and to anyone else out there that maybe never been to a live meeting, or maybe you're just listening to it the first time, or stumbled along YouTube and found this by accident. You know, and then you can relate. You know, Marshall here is a perfect example of what you do. In these trying times.
That's it, right? You're not alone. There's a ton of meetings out there right now. Reach out to someone in recovery and get connected to Zoom meetings, and there'll be guys in the room that have what you want, right? Reach out to them, and you know, there's never a good excuse to keep on going. You know, and there's help out there. There's a solution.
Well said, Dust. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Marshall.
Thanks a lot.
Right on, man. Right on, brother.
Thanks for coming, buddy.
Right on. Thanks, man. Beautiful. My gosh.
Thank you, Jordan.
Wow, eh?
Yeah.
Marshall.
Yeah, that was a great segment.
Man, you know, it's so inspiring to me, right? Like, you talk about remember whens, right?
Yeah.
Like, I remember my first Christmas, I was excited. I don't know. I talked that you know, if I look back, I guess there was all this fear, but I didn't even embrace it that much because I was so excited, man. Hanging the Christmas lights and, you know, putting up the tree. It was like it was like a whole new experience. It's like I'd never done it before.
Yeah.
You know?
So a lot of experiences, like in that first year sober, right? Just like being stuck for so long.
Oh.
And then now to be on the other side of it and enjoying it, right? It's just, man.
So yeah, so we have another guest coming. I can think she's pulling in, or she's coming in.
There she is.
Welcome.
Yeah, come on in.
Merry Christmas. So glad you could make it.
Yes, Kim, what's going on? Welcome.
Hi Jay, how
Hi
are
Kim,
you?
good to see you. Why don't you introduce yourself?
I'm an alcoholic, and my name is Kim. How are
Kim.
you?
Welcome,
Kim.
welcome.
Hi guys.
Good.
I also work at a treatment center, and I just wanted to put that out there as well.
Fantastic.
Addiction counselor.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Nice.
So I wanted to have you on today for a lot of reasons. Not only because you're my good friend in recovery.
And the hair looks beautiful.
Oh, Jay,
beautiful
thank
hair.
you.
Yeah.
She's been
And the laugh. We can't forget the laugh.
Right?
It's dynamite.
Kim's actually coming up on her
Okay.
33rd
Third.
sober Christmas.
Wow.
Now, God willing, and the creek don't rise.
Right.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
That's it, right? So you have a lot of experience to draw from over the years, right? So part of what we're trying to do here today is talk about, you know, because like the holidays is a challenging time for alcoholics and addicts to stay sober and just to be in sobriety during the holidays, right? So you know, we thought we could touch on maybe some of the things that have worked for you and that you've done over the years. Maybe some of the things, because you got sober when you were 20 years old.
Mm-hmm. Now everyone knows my age. Thanks.
Oh, got sober when she was 8, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dustin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you things that work and don't work for sure. Yeah, for myself and for others. I had to pull into recovery more so. And what I mean by that is go to more meetings, work with others more so. I know different times I've even wanted to volunteer and feed the homeless at Regent Park. I did that one year, and I didn't go alone. I took a sponsee.
Yeah.
And it totally changed her whole, I believe that was her first Christmas. And I don't like to go alone to anything. I usually have my car full of people, and you know that.
Yeah.
It's like Kim's entourage. Here we go, like a convoy. I got like 3 vehicles going to a new meeting. You know,
Yeah.
you guys
I'm
know
down.
that.
I want to come for the next convoy.
Right?
Yeah.
And so I go to extra meetings. I do extra, if that makes sense, extra service work. I can remember one Christmas day, I volunteered at our group to chair. And then I had someone bring a turkey dinner in a crock pot, just in case someone wasn't welcome at their family home that year.
Yeah.
That happens.
And right. And I thought, I don't want to do a normal meeting. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to have like a few people come up and share 5 minutes worth of what Christmas means to them and gratitude and whatnot.
Love it.
So it went over really well. I'm not sure if you might not have been at that particular meeting years back. Yeah. And so, I mean, there's been different Christmases where I wasn't as happy as I could have been. And so that's why I learned I need to do a little extra for my own recovery walk. Yeah. And if possible, take a sponsee with me.
Dive in.
Yeah, totally. Totally 12-step work, get in there, be more available for people. Encourage them more to text me, encourage them more to reach out to me.
Right.
Please reach out to me. It's not going to bother me. I will keep my phone on all night type of thing. And I'm starting now, by the way, right from Remembrance Day right to January 2nd. I started now telling people that. Anybody I'm working with, I'm like, I'm here for you. You are not a bother. Yeah. So I think that helps them because you know what? Someone did it to me. My first Christmas, they're like, we're going to the Alcathon. I go, like, what's an Alcathon? Yeah. Right? It's 24-hour meetings. I'm like, that's right up my alley.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about your first Christmas. So paint the picture for us. What was that like?
Okay, so I got
You're
sober in
old,
August. Right? So, yeah, it was my first sober Christmas. And I can remember approaching the holidays and saying to my sponsor, you know, I'm not really sure if I'm an alcoholic. Oh, really now? Really now? Yeah. So my sponsor imitated like that. And I go, what are you doing that for? Well, that's what you look like last New Year's Eve party. I go, why, were you there? Like I literally.
Why, you don't remember?
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what happened. So so my sponsor said, here's what you're going to do. You're going to come to the Alcathon. Didn't even ask. We will have a car in your driveway to pick you up, and our group meets at 3:00 in the morning. Yeah. I'm like, what? Yeah, 3:00 in the morning, Christmas Eve. That's our meeting slot. Okay. You're going to be in the car. We're going. I go, okay. Yeah, bring some treats. And then the next thing we're going to do is, what do you do on New Year's Eve? I go, I don't know. Well, we're picking you up. We're going to have a card game with some fellowship, and you're going to bring the chips and pop. Okay. And right away I was involved.
Yes, connection.
My family wasn't too happy, but at the same time too, my mom was like, thank God, yay, at least she's going to be sober this Christmas, right? And she's going to be present. Yeah. And here's a clincher that I learned at the Alcathon back in 1988. Okay. That first time we went there as the gratitude group, they said, I was like concerned. I don't have a lot of money. What am I going to put on another Christmas tree for my family? Nope. The best Christmas present ever will be your sobriety.
God shot.
Right?
God shot.
Right? Oh, totally right now. And I usually say it every time. And so now, I don't know what we're going to do this year, guys, but I'm thinking, can we do a candlelight? Because those candlelights really saved my bacon over the years. And how are we going to do that on Zoom? We got to think about this.
Should we drop that out right now and let her know?
Sure.
Yeah.
We are having a candlelight gratitude meeting December 23rd. 8 o'clock.
All right.
Details to follow.
Thank you.
Follow us.
I did not know this, by the way.
Relating and Recovery on Facebook. You can get all the details.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, I did not know this, by the way, impromptu. And so, anyways, candlelight, I usually hit, a candlelight every, 5 or 10 of them if I can.
You like that many, eh? Right.
Well, every group does it, right?
Yeah.
So you're hitting one every night, at least prior to. And again, I'm loading my car up, right?
Yeah.
You're bringing people with you to experience that first candlelight meeting. And every group does it a little different. So it's not always the same experience.
Yeah.
Gratitude, candlelight, whatever they call it. It's still showing gratitude at this time of year. And some people bring their children. And that is like,
power.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I can remember being at gratitude meetings as a child with my dad. Yeah, the candlelights. I don't remember much, right? But I just remember the candles and
feeling.
being at the Port Whitby group.
Yeah, and if I may, I think about what Joe said earlier about we have the choice of how we're going to look at things.
Yeah.
And if we're going to these gratitude meetings, especially in challenging times, well, especially in early recovery, every day feels like a challenging time. Let's not fool ourselves. But
Right.
but now more so than ever with the climate we find ourselves living in, once again we'll talk the financial restraints of the COVID and all the isolation involved
yes.
with that, right? It's almost like it's so much easier to lean on what's wrong as opposed to what's right.
Yeah.
And when we go to these
Right on.
gratitude meetings, we're reiterating what we're grateful for, and that gives us a sense of comfort that we've been longing, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Loneliness is a trigger too this time of year.
Absolutely.
We need to help people feel warm and cozy this time of year.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes.
And
Love
it's,
it.
again, that connection, right? Getting people connected. Awesome.
So fantastic, and I want to thank you so much, and I want to wish you the best of merriest of Christmases.
You guys too.
This is
You
gonna
have
be-
no idea how much of an honor this was to be here.
Well,
Thank
no,
you.
it's
We're so
our honor
happy.
to have you here.
Thank you.
This is you're someone that I admire immensely.
Thanks, Jay.
So this
Thank
is
you.
exciting for
Same.
me.
Dustin,
Same.
we're like brother and sister.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
From another mother.
Yeah.
So do the world a favor and keep being you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jay.
And thank
Yeah.
you for all your service and what you do for all of us.
Dustin, thank you.
Keeping the lights on for us.
Yeah.
We love you.
I know.
Thanks, Kim.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay,
All right.
great. Just be careful
We-
on the
Yeah.
way out there. Thank you, Kim.
Awesome.
Wow. Hey,
Yeah, it's so far so good, right?
man.
Pretty cool.
She's fired up.
Kim is serious energy, huh?
Yeah, I'm like super calm. Like I'm so different.
Are we on the same planet here?
You know what? I've been sitting on my hands. Not literally, but I've been sitting on my hands as much as possible. Right? I want to just I'm so excited right now. Like I literally want to just I don't know. I want to start breakdancing. You know?
Okay.
Yeah? No?
I think that
No.
would be okay.
No.
Maybe another day.
Next
All
Christmas. I got fear associated with that. So our next guest is our boy.
right. Yeah.
Right? So Relating in Recovery has grown into this beautiful identity that has its own individual identity, but it's got all these moving parts, and none of this stuff really would have come into to fruition. I mean, it certainly may have happened, but it wouldn't have happened in the way it was supposed to happen.
Yeah.
And we can really account for the way the universe conspired to bring certain people together to make it happen, which helped it grow and become an opportunity, a thing that's creating this connection and hope, right?
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
and I'm so excited. He's now part of the team, right?
Yes.
Cool. We almost said the dream team, but that's not even accurate because this isn't a dream, bro.
Yeah.
This is a reality.
It's a
right?
reality. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's bring him in. Ryan.
Ryan,
Come on in, buddy.
Now entering the ring. Now entering the ring. Merry Christmas, man. I know that's a busy time of year for you, brother, especially with Christmas and the holidays around the corner. So thanks for coming. Well, we knew you were coming. You were part of this.
Yeah. That's it.
I just felt like the right thing to say.
Right. Integral part of the Relating and Recovery team.
It's it's been it's like a dream, but it's when it unpacks itself, it's it's right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When it just happens, it's right.
Right.
Absolutely.
When it has a very purposeful and intentional meaning behind it, it doesn't get any better than that, right?
I love it. Introduce yourself, brother.
Okay, my name is Ryan, and I am addicted to everything.
Nice.
And,
including
I,
podcasts.
It's and it's not to be a smartass. It's just because I can make my life unmanageable with anything.
Yeah.
It's not even substances. It's not even the drink. It's not even. It can be from scratch tickets to the internet.
Yeah.
Right.
And with the holidays, maybe even shortbread cookies.
COVID's actually wreaked havoc on me. So, it's transference, right? But yeah, it's I'm a grateful addict in recovery, and my name is Ryan. So
So glad to have you here,
yeah,
bro.
yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So the gratitude session.
Not
Yeah.
bad.
Right? So I guess we're doing like a little bit of an ad lib sort of. Right?
One thing what we love about you, Ryan, is that that you shoot from the hip, right? And that you have so much to offer. And this being such a challenging time for so many people, whether they're a week into this journey or 1,000 weeks into this journey.
Yeah.
We can all continually, by connecting with each other, learn and continue to grow and become self-aware, right?
Absolutely.
And you've had some experiences along the way that could probably be very helpful to some listeners, right?
There's been a few.
Yeah. Why don't you share one with us?
Well, it's like, I know like the theme for our session today is like it's gratitude, right? Like we're coming on the season of Christmas, and it's a huge season for me, like feelings wise, and I don't know, but
Feelings.
Get into recovery, we get them all back, right? But what a contrast, like I'm only about 4.5 years into my journey, but the first thing I'm grateful for is that I don't look like what I've been through.
Right.
Like
I love that.
It's in like because when we can unpack like some of our war stories and whatnot, it's definitely to relate to people.
Yeah.
But I could definitely take it a little bit too far. But for me, I have to touch on that because like Christmas time is such an important time for family and going out and getting ready for the holidays, which is downtime. And 5 years ago, I was the kind of guy where I'm pouring milk down the drain, going, "Gotta go to the store, hon. We need milk," and then gone for 3 days, right? That's not my life today.
Thank God.
Right?
Yeah, that's it.
That's not my life today. Like this Christmas, it's the first time in 5 years I'm gonna have a home that my kids want and live under the same roof as me.
Oh my gosh.
Like 5 years in the making for that to happen. It's being stuck for words, but maybe more emotion. But the events that have to happen when, like, I was the kind of man where I would come in the room, my kids would leave. That's the kind of effect I had on them. Today, where they're just like, "Dad, when do you get into place so we can move in?" I mean, and my daughter calling me for advice, like that comes from you guys. Like, and when I say you guys, like part of my circle, but like in recovery, we lean on each other.
Right.
Like, how do I build to be the person that I'm supposed to be? How do I be a better father? How do I be a better partner? And that comes from each other. That comes from relating.
Yeah, the R's are backwards, right?
Right. Yeah, we hold each other up.
Yeah, man.
Right, and that's like I'm so grateful, right? But this program has taken me from I've stopped praying for myself and I'm able to pray for others now.
Yeah.
Wow, right?
What a gift, right?
Yeah.
It's like that. Like just for me to sit and think about that, it's like how many times have we been in a jam? Like, God, please, if you could just, to look
Get
up
me
and like,
out,
God,
yeah.
this person I know is really struggling right now. Can you please help them? Right? To have a life where I'm not praying for myself anymore. I want others to heal.
Yeah.
Right? And like that is that's what it's all about.
I'm not sure why that was so moving to me, but it really just choked me up there for a sec, bro.
You know what? And going into recovery, like I had everything wrong. Like I wanted to be better at this for this reason, better at that for that reason, and my sponsor, it's about learning how.
Your sponsor's a hard ass.
Yeah, it's not far from here. It's on the other side of the camera. But it's like learning how to dismantle the gun, not improve your aim.
Yeah.
Powerful.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like to live in peace and to surrender. So like whatever comes, like I'm ready for it.
Can you say that again?
Recovery's taught me how to dismantle the gun, not improve my aim.
I just wanted the world to hear that twice.
Yeah. That was wicked. I've never heard that analogy. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's because I could weaponize anything.
No doubt.
Right? It's so it's like learning how to just let it happen, and you know what I mean, and it's like that, and then to be like strong in my own skin and just feel okay with whatever. It's hard, right? But like that's the resilience, and it's like that's my most recent awakening. and it's taken me foreign change to get to that awakening. So it's like, allowing others to build a program that works for them. And that was the grace that was given for me. And I'll share that that'll be my story for today. It's that I talked to this person and that person, and I tried to mimic different people in the program. And it just, I was foolish doing that. And I had one guy in the program, and he's a Buddhist approach to everything. He's like, take what works for you and leave the rest. So when you hear someone share, you're just like, I love that. I love that.
Right.
I love that. And then string it all together and make your program. So this is the story I'll tell. What works for you won't work for others, and what works for others won't work for you. And the story I like to tell about that is me and another guy in the program. We're metalheads. We love concerts.
Yeah.
Right?
Metalheads.
And we're.
So you like reggae music?
Yeah. You know what? Actually, I love all of it. But like, when it comes to a concert, there's certain bands I always hit. So we stop at Tim's on our way to Toronto, and we're waiting in line, and there's this guy in front of us, and he was just being, put whatever label you want. He's just being so hard and rude to this woman. And I was about to say something, and he's like, is it that hard? Just press that button. We're not launching a rocket. And then, it's like, whoa. And then she grabs the coffee from the person who's pouring it, and she reaches over the counter and she says, tell your mother I said hello. And I was just like, like any guy, like you tell mom anything, like you're in trouble.
Yeah.
It was
I
like
actually gasped just now.
It was like the most graceful sit down, and I was just like, whoa, like I'm gonna use that. Right? In the pocket it goes, right?
Yeah.
And like the whole room was silent, and then but everybody's like,
Right on.
So we get to the place where the concert is. And so like I like to drink soda water with a little bit of lime in it, and my buddy orders like a Diet Coke or whatever. So I asked for the pops, and the bartender's just like, can I get a soda water and a Diet Coke? And he's just like, I said, how am I supposed to make tips on that? It's like, giving us the gears, right? It's a waste of time. And so he makes the drinks and he puts it down, they kind of splash, like, there you go, ballers. And I turn to my buddy with the new saying I just learned earlier that day. I'm just like, tell your mother I said hello.
I bet you that went over wonderfully.
There's a slightly different impact when a man says that to another man, right? Oh my God. I'm wondering, why is this guy swinging at me?
Yeah.
And it's like,
I just wanted a pop.
It's the perfect, so, all kidding aside, it's the perfect example of just like, what works for others won't work for
That
you.
is a
And if you
fantastic way of
execute
explaining
perfectly.
it. Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. Bar down, man.
So for anybody who's a newcomer out there, it's just like, go to the meetings, just go to the meeting and listen. It's like when you hear, you're on your phone and you hear that thing, like, that's the thing you put in your pocket. That's the thing you put in your pocket. And then as you get more time, you run a thread through that and string it all together, you got yourself a program.
No kidding.
Right? That's built with other people giving it to you.
Yeah, tailored for exactly what you need.
So I'm grateful for all those people who said those things in the meetings.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing that I carry today. Right? So that's
Ryan, I got to tell you, that was amazing. I'm so glad you showed up for our Christmas special, brother.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Love you, man.
Love you, man.
Thanks, bro. Nice, man.
Love you, homie.
Love you too, man.
All
So
right.
grateful to be taking this journey with you.
Yeah,
Merry
man.
Christmas to you and your family, brother.
Yes.
Okay.
Awesome.
Merry Christmas.
Awesome,
Merry
man.
Christmas.
Man, hey? Dismantle the gun instead of learning to aim?
Yeah,
Something
man.
like that? Wow.
That was good.
Dynamite.
That was good.
What a great message, hey? Ryan's the bomb, eh?
Yeah, he's excellent. Makes me laugh.
He really does.
I love his spirit.
Do you know he does stand-up comedy?
Does he?
Yeah, it's like you would never imagine in a million years what a stand-up show's like compared to the man that he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little X-rated.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know if he wants me to share that, but it was like, it was out there. I remember when I heard him, I was like, what in the world am I listening to right now? But it was amazing. He's a great guy.
No way.
Just shows that like in recovery, the thing, like any dream is possible.
Yeah, it's all possible, man.
And then this time of year, it's so nice to be able to dream and then reach for those dreams, right?
Yeah. Well, like this was just a conversation, right? This whole idea of a podcast Relating in Recovery. It was just a conversation we had, and then it transpired into what it is today, which is just wow.
I don't even know if we've mentioned the website much. It might have come up on the screen already, but you want to touch on the website?
Yeah, the website, our vision for the website is, well, I'll give you the website first. It's www.relatinginrecovery.com. And our whole hope is that relatinginrecovery.com will be a central hub for recovery information here in Ontario. How the idea got started is, when we're looking to gain, resources when it comes to recovery, we use things like computer, right? We type into Google and we have this spider web of information. And our hope is to bring some of that information together about detoxes and treatment centers and resources for mental health together in one central location, so that they're easy to find, right? So hopefully one day, if all goes well, when you think of recovery here in Ontario, your first stop will be relatinginrecovery.com, right? Which will be a whole bunch of resources at your fingertips, but local, important resources that you can access the information you need in a moment of crisis right away.
Absolutely, and links available for all kinds of other services, and even potentially search engines for outside of the Ontario, links to other search engines that may be able to help in other neck of the woods, other areas in the world. Right?
Yeah,
we'll see, right? We're as we grow in recovery, the vision grows in Relating in Recovery, and as the vision grows in Relating in Recovery, the sky's the limit, right?
Yeah, we just want to keep connecting with people out there, and as they say, I know we're full of cliches in recovery, but we want to recover out loud, right? We want to be a voice for people that are struggling right now,
bro,
and make it attractive, right?
Amen.
If recovery wasn't fun and wasn't attractive, I don't know if I'd be here.
I agree.
When I was in a treatment center and I saw you coming in to the Renaissance Center, and here comes Jay just to hop in his steps, smiling. And he was right beside another one of our next guest, actually.
Yeah. I think he's here.
Yeah, he's here. All right, come on in.
Hey, Merry Christmas, brother.
Christmas.
Thanks for coming.
Dustin, Jay.
Merry Christmas, buddy.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, introduce yourself, Jay.
I'm Jason. I'm an alcoholic addict from Oshawa, Ontario, Canada. I'd like to thank the Fellowship, 12 Steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, for my higher power. Can I do a prayer before we start?
Absolutely, brother.
I'd like to do a set-aside prayer. God, let me set aside everything I think I know about you, everything I think I know about myself, everything I think I know about my fellows, and especially for everything I think I know about my recovery. Especially you, Lord. Give my thanks to you, thanks to myself, thanks to my fellows, and especially my recovery. Thank you very much.
Amen, brother. Amen. Thank you for that. I needed that right then and there. I didn't even realize it.
Get reset.
Yeah, reset, refocus.
So I was just saying to Jay, one of the coolest things that I remember from my early recovery is you guys coming into Renaissance, right? You guys had just caught fire for the program, and you were smiling, you were laughing, and you were having fun, and you had enthusiasm and passion for recovery, right? And I was just saying to Jay, if this thing wasn't attractive, I don't know if I'd be here. And you guys have what I wanted, right? Right from the get go, I was just like, look at these guys, they're happy.
The haircuts. He's talking about the haircuts.
These guys are happy, right? They're sober and they're happy. Like I didn't even know that such a thing existed.
It
right?
exists, yeah. Crazy.
So it's amazing to be sitting here with you guys, right? You guys have been there in my recovery journey since day one, since I was still in Renaissance shaking.
Beautiful, right? Bro. I wanted to see, Jason, if I know that I know personally, but of course our listeners don't know personally. But so my second Christmas, I didn't have my mom. She had passed away. She watched me struggle my entire life. I was very fortunate to be able to celebrate a year of sobriety while she was still walking this earth with us. But my second Christmas, that was it. That was my last Christmas with Mom, and I got to buy her presents, man, and I got to see her face light up, when knowing that her son was sober and had all these great experiences. But my second Christmas wasn't the case. There was a huge void in my life missing, even though I'd found this at this point, I'd found this really great power that was helping me through, and these new set of principles that I was using in my life to live and learn how to live sober, and then even more so build relationships with other people. But there was still that missing piece because Mom wasn't here, and dealing with loss at Christmas time is a real, and the memories that are associated with that are real, and they can be heavy. And I think you might have something that you can identify with.
Yeah, when my brother passed away last November, and I think it was so close to Christmas that it wasn't really caught in yet. It hasn't really hit me yet. But like this Christmas now, you're just talking about your mom and that. I'm getting a little teary-eyed and a little choked up here because this is my second Christmas without him. And when me and Paul was his name, we never got along, right? We were always fighting back and forth. But when he passed away 15 months that he was alive, we were best friends. Like, we were best friends. I was with him every day. I was changing his diaper, taking him to the bathroom because he couldn't do it for himself anymore, right? At 50 years old, never smoked, never drank. And this Christmas is going to be really hard. It's going to be really hard because the second Christmas now, it's all hit me, it's all in there, right? And
right.
But I'll get through it for sure. I'll have the fellowship. I'll have you guys, right? Because if it wasn't for you guys in this fellowship, that who knows if I even would have went to the funeral or would have went to even seen him pass away.
I gotta
you guys gave me that.
I love that, Jay. And I gotta say, before COVID hit, I used to go to a lot of meetings in our local area here, and I'm gonna tell you, rain or shine or wind or snow, Jason would show up on a bicycle with no seat on his bike. He would ride in all weather, and I'm telling you, 7 days a week, sometimes 10 days a week, I would run into him. I was a meeting I was a meeting machine, and Jason was probably a step ahead of me, and he was riding this bicycle with the no seat, And the reason I bring that up is as a result of COVID, I can go on any meeting on Zoom. Like, I could be in Barbados or New York, and sure enough, if I go through the participants, it's probably Jason Hood.
Yeah.
Right?
Everywhere.
So I want to ask, with all these new feelings and these fears that are associated with these feelings and these things coming up this year with Christmas, what are your strategies to manage to get through the holidays without picking up a drink?
What do I stay close to the fellowship. I talk to people. I talk to my sponsor a lot. I still he's been my sponsor 3 years now, and I talk to him a lot, and I just stay close to the fellowship and go to these meetings and listen to people talk and listen to their situation, because I'm not the only one that had family members pass away too. Right?
No.
So I listen to them. I listen to them and see how they cope with it, and then I just take it all in. Like, everybody that shares, like people say, like last night I was at a meeting and somebody said to me, how can I live up to that, Jason? You sharing it and you sharing, and I just told him, you're not living up to nothing. You're sharing, and you're I'm just taking little bits of everybody's feelings, everybody's thing, and just live with it that way. Like you just talking about your mom there. I'm taking a little bit of that in and seeing how you're dealing with it, right? And I'll try to do it the same way, right? Yeah, and that's what we do. We're all together. Where's the we program? I got drunk, we recovered.
Yeah, right, bro. Yeah, amen to that.
Super cool.
And as far as what do, I just actually I've been blessed with this opportunity to again, right back to what Joe said earlier. Which way do I want to look at it, right?
Yeah.
There's no absolutely positive way to look at a loss.
Yeah.
But at the same time, for me, I can not sit with the ugly and the self-pity and the hurt and try and embrace the lessons, and the love, right?
Yeah.
So
one thing, I'm 2.5 years sober, right? And one of the things that I hear a lot from stories like Jason's and Joe's is that, they had these really big, challenging, awful events that happened in their life, but they stayed sober.
It's amazing.
Like, you guys got through that stuff, right? And that's a big deal to someone like me who's looking at the rest of my life going, I know a lot of stuff is going to happen in that time, but how do I stay sober? And you guys have shown me the way. Right?
It's amazing.
You guys have shown me that it's possible.
I wish I could say I've been sober since I came in October 4th, 2017. I relapsed October 19th, 2019, but I came back October 20th, 2019, because I sat home and I bawled my eyes out. I looked at the big book. I looked at all the work I did. I called a couple sponsees, and I just couldn't understand why I did what I did. And I was blaming it on my brother's death all the time, but it wasn't. It was all me. It was all me, because why didn't he was alive 15 months that he had his cancer. Why didn't I go 15 months ago prior to that, you know?
Right.
And so it was all me, and I came back, like I said, I was home crying, looking at the big book, and there was a solution that you guys gave me to have the best 2 years I had with my brother.
Yeah.
The best 2 years I had with my brother. Most of my life, me and Paul never got along, like I said, and he was my best friend when he passed away. And you guys gave me a solution. There's a solution out there to help me recover, to help me stay sober, to help me stay clean, and the fellowship and the 12 Steps of Alcoholics Anonymous gave it to me.
Jason, thank you so much for coming in, man. Your raw honesty, your integrity, your openness. I can't thank you enough. I want to wish you a super incredible Merry Christmas.
I want to thank you guys for having me.
Absolutely.
We're so glad you're here, man.
Another 24, guys.
Right on. We'll see you soon, brother.
All right, buddy.
Right on. Merry Christmas again.
Merry Christmas, guys.
Wow. Jason, eh?
Yeah.
You know, and dealing with loss and recovery, it's a real thing, man.
Yeah.
You know, we've all got it. We've all dealt with it, you know. And if we haven't, it's
Probably
inevitable,
going-
right?
We're probably going to, yeah.
You know, I miss my mom terribly, but the truth is we were supposed to bury our parents. They're not supposed to bury us.
Yeah.
And my mom came perilously close on a couple occasions to burying me.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm grateful for that.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
And
She's shining down on you, man.
She really is. She really is, no doubt. So our next guest is going to be fun for you because you might know this lady.
Yeah. What is this supposed to say? Says who?
So we've invited in Lacey today. Lacey, you want to come in and join us? Merry Christmas. And thank you so much for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Did you want to introduce yourself? Yeah, he's just hanging out.
I'm so used to shaking everyone's hand today. I'll shake your hand.
Nice to meet you.
Nice. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah.
All right.
My name is Lacey, and I'm Dustin's wife.
Dustin's wife.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dustin's wife is a real living human being.
She's
I
real.
exist.
We were wondering for a while. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, so welcome, you know. You know, the reason we invited you here today, well, besides you're an amazing human being and we love having you around, the reason we wanted to talk to you today is there's probably a lot of men and women and various relationships out there where people were in, one person or both parties were in active addiction, and then they found recovery. Mm-hmm. And then the holidays come, right? And then all the extra stresses that come with the holidays, the financial burdens, the time becomes even more stretched and more thin. You know, all the different things that happen with that. So what I wanted to, because I know personally, and I know firsthand that Dustin is a really busy guy. Mm-hmm. Like almost to the point where like just a phone call could derail him for half a day. Right? Am I wrong?
For sure. No,
right.
definitely. Yeah.
And so I wanted to just ask you, when Dustin first, is it okay if I specifically shoot your name out?
Absolutely.
Since you are my partner and you're sitting right here?
Absolutely.
Okay. When Dustin like first got clean and sober, as opposed to when he was in, because we all know that, and everyone knows out there what our partners and our people in our lives were like when they were using. But in early recovery, what was it like living with Dustin? You know? You got some children, I think, and
Yeah, so it was definitely a learning curve. You know, he went away to treatment for 30 days, and I was 8 months pregnant at the time, and he came home, and I thought, you know, he's better. This is good, right?
he's
And
better. Nice.
I didn't realize that was just the beginning of our journey, right?
Right.
And figuring stuff out as far as this new program that he had to follow, this new lifestyle he had, and there was a lot of learning on both of our parts to figure out, you know, this balance. He was going to a lot of meetings, and at the time, you know, I'm just about to have a baby, and I'm going, where are you going all the time? And I didn't understand, so I took it upon myself to educate myself, right? I started going to meetings with him, meeting the people he was talking to, going to Al-Anon groups, you know, and discovering that, like, through Al-Anon, that was for me. That was about me, right? It wasn't about him. It was about myself and learning about me and, you know, this disease that he has. And it really is a family disease, right? That
Absolutely.
we have had to go through this together. But you know, over the last 2 years, we've worked on getting a balance, and we're still working on figuring it out. But
how do you do that? How do you work on getting a balance? Because I'm sure it just ticked you right off. I mean, you had all like the reality is he was out there in active addiction, and then he comes into recovery, and he's probably gone even more.
Yeah, right? For sure. Because like at the end, he was home a lot. He was doing his thing, but he was still around, and then all of a sudden he was just gone.
Right.
So
the only thing that changed was that he was sober.
Yes.
And
but it was just communication was a huge thing. Telling him. I felt like for a long time I couldn't say anything against the program because he's doing this for himself to get better. He's bettering my life. I better just keep my mouth shut. But through time, I learned like it wasn't helping anyone, right? Because I'm just getting resentful about it and upset, taking it out on him. Right. But it was definitely just through education, through AA and Al-Anon, just figuring out what where I was going with that. Lost my train of thought.
It's all good. I lose my train of thought. I just lost it 3 times in the last minute. It's what we do. Yeah, it's what we do.
So yeah, working through my resentments that way and figuring out, it's nothing to really be resentful about as long as we're talking about it.
I like that you mentioned communication a lot.
Yeah.
Right. So is that what you suggest? Right. Like, so if there was somebody out there listening right now, right, and they're, let's say, Bob L. And if that's you out there, Bob L., I'm just throwing a name out there and making it up. It happens to be a letter. There's no real Bob L. I'm sure there is, but you get what I'm saying. Yeah. And he's sitting there listening right now, and his wife's in the kitchen or in the living room sitting there reading a book, and she's overhearing this. What would the message you want to be like? So because I'm thinking communication, you mentioned, right? Yeah. And I guess there's a lot of acceptance on your part, right? I mean, we have to practice acceptance. The fact is that we're sick, and this is our solution. But finding that balance, right? Actually, let me throw it at you, Dust. Where do you think the balance lies? We hurt our spouses so much in active addiction. The last thing we want to do is hurt them in recovery.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I like at times I've had too much, and Lacey's just had to, come out and tell me, right, that it's too much, or I need you to be home this week. I got some stuff going on. But also it's like the way it was explained to me is at the beginning I'm going to need a lot. I'm going to need a lot of AA or CA, NA, whatever the fellowship you're in. I'm going to need a lot, and as time progresses, you're going to be able to start to back it up a little bit, right? And for me, what threw me a little bit of a hook was COVID, right? I kind of at that time I backed it up. I was only going to 2 or 3 meetings a week, and then COVID hit, and I kind of grabbed on, and I've been going to a Zoom meeting pretty much every day. And just in the last couple months, Lacey and I have communicated. She's felt that I've had too much at times, so I've been backing it up to meet our family's needs, right? And something I'll throw out there too is like, I noticed for you a big change was when you had a lot of questions about the meetings until you came to the meetings, right? And that sorted out some what ifs. And,
another good
right?
advice.
It's when I brought Lacey to the meetings and brought her a part of my fellowship group that it showed her where I was, what I was doing, and who I was doing it with, right?
Love it.
I think it solved a lot of questions, and that was like, before it was maybe I should, well, what are you doing there? Maybe I should come to the meetings. And then she came to the meetings and found out what was going on. And then I'd say, hey, babe, you want to go to a meeting? And she'd be like, nah.
Yeah.
No. I know what you're doing.
I know what it's about now.
I know what you're doing.
It's funny because you mentioned that, and then Lacey, she got a bit of an understanding by going to the meetings, right? That's what you're mentioning. So, I mean, I
Lorraine touched on that too, right?
Yeah, and I remember somebody trying to explain that to people in my life about the, and honestly, it's like trying to nail Jello to a tree. I mean, you just ain't gonna pull it off too easy, right? You just got to get out there and experience it, right?
Yeah.
But look, you guys are both shining examples of what magic love can do and what this program can do to repair relationships and help relationships thrive, right?
And recover.
We don't even realize like how blessed we are actually from living in that dark, desperate time to where we get now. We just have a whole new sense of love and a whole new sense of gratitude, right?
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
I want to wish you and your family and those beautiful children of yours a super Merry Christmas, and thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah. Thanks.
Great job, babe.
We'll talk to you soon. Wow.
All right.
Wow, man. You know, I hope that wasn't too personal for you, bro.
No, that was good. That
Yeah?
was really good. No, well, Lacey and I are open books for it.
Yeah.
We're
And you
happy
know
to
what? It's
take
an
part.
important topic, because there's a lot of people out there, lots, who are in the same situation that you guys were and are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Remarkable. So thanks for being you, bro.
No problem.
So you know what? This next guest I'm pretty excited about, brother.
Yeah.
I watched some crazy miracles happen in this journey of mine, and this is just another example of the beautiful transformation. What do they say? Like watching the light come on in someone's eyes.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing quite like that.
Yeah,
You know,
Absolutely.
the ability to watch, and that's what we could talk to this guest about today.
Yeah.
Is the ability and the opportunity to watch the light come on in someone else's eyes. Right?
Yeah.
Especially that twinkle at Christmas time, right?
Yeah.
So let's. I think she's here. Yeah, she's here. Come on in. Welcome.
Hi.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Nice
Thank
to
you.
see
Thank you
you.
for coming.
Hey, good to
Hey.
see you.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Would you introduce yourself to everybody?
I'm Jamie Kay.
Hi, Jamie. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Oh my God! Any better? I'd cancel my life insurance, Jamie. I'm pretty lit up. You know.
That's awesome.
Yeah. You know, we got a few days before Christmas, a week tops. So, you know, there's some pressures and some fears, but there's excitement. You know, I got a little one at home, so it's fun. You know.
Yeah.
So Dust.
Yeah. No. So we're excited to have you. We thought you. So I met you probably 7 months ago now.
7.
7 months ago. Yeah, 7.
7 months.
That's right.
The other
7
day.
months.
7 months the other day.
Yeah.
That's right. I was there. Okay.
7 months.
So 7 months ago on Zoom
Yep.
in meetings, right? And so Jay and I were talking. We talked about it before, like wanted to highlight some pretty amazing things, right? Like not only did you get sober during a pandemic, but you also got sober with your spouse at the same time, right?
Yes.
And I think that's pretty amazing.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
It was a lot of work
Yeah.
and a lot of working a program and changing everything about our lives,
Wow.
including taking time apart to find our own individual path into sobriety.
Yeah.
Right.
And so, if you don't mind me asking, right at the you had saw some in-person meetings, right?
Oh, yes.
And then pandemic hits. So what are you thinking when meetings shut down?
Well, it was a bit of chaos and fear. Definitely, there was a lot of fear around that because I was just on the cusp of becoming, living a clean life, being sober, and then all this stuff, the world was crumbling around us, and if anything, it was an excuse to stay out.
Yeah.
But I chose at that point. There was a very distinct turning point for me, and a fork in the road, so to speak.
Right.
Where I could stay the same and keep living the misery, which I couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah.
Or I could still try this new path, this scary path,
Yeah.
and completely unknown, but I could give it a try. And the alcoholic part of me thought, well, wouldn't that be kind of cool if I could turn this into something good? This whole pandemic and the lack of physical meetings, and like, if anyone could do it, I should be able to.
Yeah.
And you know, that's my inflated sense of ego still at that point.
Right.
I can relate. Yeah.
I still got that.
Yeah. So that's amazing. So you obviously you kind of merged onto Zoom groups, and then we all stumbled, like Jay and I kind of started a Zoom meeting. And I don't know, did you meet Brittany first, obviously?
Yes, so I had been dabbling with in-person meetings before my actual dry date, and during that time I met my sponsor. So I had physically met her in person, which was amazing, and at least I had that tangibility to the face to the name, so to
Sure,
speak.
absolutely. Yeah.
And she, I don't know what it was, she saw something in me and she just didn't let go. She kept calling me, and I was still so confused, and I was still drinking then. And I'd see her name on the phone, and I'm like, why does she keep calling me? What is it? Like, how can this person seem to care so much? And the fact is, she didn't seem to care. She did.
Amen.
And she was there for me. And so then she said, I can take you through the book. And I said, oh, okay.
You're like, what book?
Yeah. I had read
Nancy
it. And
Drew
I'm like,
Mysteries.
yeah. And I thought, okay, basically at this point, I've chosen the new path. It's scary and unknown for sure. The new path involves scary and unknown things with people that I don't know.
Yeah.
And so, she traveled on the TTC during the pandemic to bring me my big book.
Imagine.
And brought it to me in person when I was living on a boat in the Toronto Harbor. And
I'm sorry, did you say you were living on a boat in the Toronto Harbor?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So you got sober with your spouse in a little boat in the harbor.
During the pandemic.
Wow.
Well, at that point we had separated.
Okay.
We wanted to get sober on our own.
Yeah.
So that we could come back together.
Wow.
So, yeah,
That's beautiful.
It was pretty
love
crazy. And then it was because of my sponsor that I started attending Zoom meetings, and because of her that I ended up with the nightly review. I think it was like the 4th or 5th Zoom meeting I had gone to, and that particular meeting you were talking about was the first week that you were changing it from being 5 nights a week to 7.
Okay.
That was my very first one.
I remember this now.
Me too.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
And then my brand new sobriety there, I had these faces on the screen, and I was getting this love that I don't have words for it. I can't speak about it. The way that it feels to be seen and heard truly for who I am with all of my faults, and have these
Grace,
people
for sure.
that I've never met virtually holding my hand through all of the struggles of early sobriety.
They say, that often we hear that, they loved me until I could love myself.
Yes. That's very, very true.
Right. And then as a result, so I don't know, I'm sure Dustin can relate. There's a whole new dimension when you go through some of these, when you go through these experiences and they allow you to grow, right? You have this self-awareness and then you grow some more. And then you get an opportunity to take what you've learned. We get a chance to take our mess and let it become our message. And you have and we get these opportunities now to share with another person who was just like us, but hasn't gone through that process yet. And then we can see the light go on in their eyes, where are you in your journey as far as that, right?
Well, I actually spoke for the first time.
What?
That was October 3rd that I did that. I'll never forget that day.
No.
That's awesome.
And it happened quite fast. And
Liberating.
you gave me the chance.
Oh, well.
And so
Someone gave me the chance.
Exactly.
Right?
So that was the start of it. And then I had the opportunity that God presented to actually become a sponsor just recently.
Imagine.
And her willingness and her courage is just outstanding. And I can understand now why my sponsor kept calling me.
Right.
I can understand why she was there on the phone, going through the book with me, answering my questions. I can understand, and I'm not so baffled by it, because I want to do the same thing for this young woman.
Right.
And I see the potential in her
Right.
that she doesn't see in herself yet.
I love this.
And I want to be there for her so that I can help her through, and especially when it comes to the things that I know were difficult, because I was just there.
Yeah.
And
on a boat in the Toronto Harbor. I'm just saying.
And yeah, so it's we're just new to this. I'm new to sponsoring, and so it's taken a lot of prayer and strength on my side, and
Beautiful.
courage.
Yes.
And she seems willing to trust me. So
Right. So if we're gonna take something away from all this, the reality is and you've given some great hope and some great message and a solution, as to what we could do early in pandemic sobriety, in order to find this solution and still be able to reach out and help others, right? Yeah. I'm so excited for you and proud of you. And I thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having
I
me.
want to wish you and your family an incredibly Merry Christmas, right? This is going to be a Christmas to remember for sure.
I'm actually excited about it this year.
Imagine, right?
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier
Yeah,
today.
yeah.
It's a part of getting sober, right?
Yeah.
Being able to be in the moment and actually share these moments with our family instead of take from them, right?
And remembering them is kind of cool.
Yeah, right on.
Just saying.
All
Well,
right.
thank you so much,
All right.
very much. Have a fantastic Christmas.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Merry
much.
Christmas. All right.
Wow. So you know what I was thinking when Jamie was sitting here the whole time she was. I mean, I got lots out of it. Don't get me wrong. I was thinking about other things too. But that hat that she was wearing,
That was dope.
did you not? I thought that hat would be perfect for Rick M.
Yeah. Yeah. Add to his collection, huh?
Yeah.
He's got the best hats.
I know, and that would have been like the shrine at the top for
Definitely.
sure. Anyways, man, this is going great. Eh? Like I'm getting so much out of this, and it's powerful. And I'm hopefully the people listening are getting some inspiration and some hope here.
Yeah, Jamie
You
was
know?
inspiring. That was so cool. The way that she described coming to her first Zoom meeting and the way it made her feel and the way that people wrapped their arms around her in the fellowship. It's just
Amazing, you know.
and she felt that over Zoom.
Loved until you could love yourself, and living on a boat in the Toronto Harbor. That's
Yeah.
these are real situations, right?
Yeah.
So,
Wow.
anyways, that was great. But check it out. Guess who we got? I can't wait for my next guest. You know, yeah, he fires me up.
Same here.
I think he's here, man. Oh yeah,
there
yeah.
he is.
Merry
Come on
Christmas, Glenn. Merry Christmas. Welcome.
Hey, Glenn. Good to see you, buddy.
Good to see
See
you.
you, brother.
Right on, rock and roll.
Thanks for coming, brother.
Good to be here.
Hey,
Yeah, well,
we got
thanks for asking.
we got a 5 days a week, something like that, whatever, a week before Christmas. So
Amazing. Time flies, eh?
Yeah.
It's crazy, right? It's a lot of reflection going on.
reflection, the word of the day.
So why don't you introduce yourself and let everyone know who you are? And
So my name's Glenn A. I'm a drug addict and an alcoholic. I've been in recovery for about 15 years, sober for almost 12. And it's been an interesting journey. So I've changed careers. I've managed to rebuild my life to a point where, well, never quite satisfied with anything.
Feel ya.
But
ya.
the contentedness. I remember when I was at a meeting at a hospital in London. I wasn't in the psych ward at that particular time, but we held a meeting for people in the psych ward.
Okay.
And I remember the chair specifically stating that I really don't want anything to do with recovery unless I'm content.
Okay.
And that really stuck with me. And I've never forgotten that. And it's about how am I going to wind up getting that contentment instead of trying to shoot for this kind of phantom of happiness.
Sure.
And so digging into that spiritual piece and learning about contentment and learning about that middle road, the middle path that the Buddhists talk about was so important because my brain, as I talked about in the last episode, loves new. I want new all the time. And back in those Christmases many, many years ago, when someone yelled out, ho, 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 I'd go, where?
Yeah, I can identify.
Where is she? Right? And that's the kind of company that I was keeping.
Right.
And so nowadays, and not trying to go for that extra jolt and pulling myself back and also being really reflective of it. I'm not immune to any of those pulls or any of those wants and keeping in this whole path and this community of recovery. And this is why I love what you guys are doing. So, and to have an episode like this where people can be so depressed and so isolated and so down on themselves for a myriad of reasons is just an amazing thing.
I mean, they might not even know that they are. I mean, SAD is a real disorder. These things are really happening, right? And with the COVID, we mentioned this a few times today. The challenges today are they're different. You know, the financial hardships have always been with us and with many of us, but they're exaggerated today now. Like they're enhanced today, right? I mean, there's a lot more people out of work, a lot more people struggling in that regard, and then we got the isolation and the separation of the families and all these other things that we have to balance in here, and still, you know, find the cup half full way of thinking in order to find that peace in our hearts, right?
And what are we feeding? What are we feeding our soul? What are we feeding our spirit continuously? Because every time I turn on the television, there's just something negative. We just seem to thrive off this, or maybe we've been trained to thrive off this.
Amen.
And so on top of everything else that's happening, and then you wind up lopping the holidays, And I don't know about you guys, but I fell into more than one Christmas tree. And wrecked
yes.
Christmas
Sure.
for a lot of people. And of having no memory, no recollection, and saying I'm sorry just wasn't enough.
Right.
So all these ghosts of Christmas past keep coming up.
Yeah.
Now, they certainly aren't as emotionally anchored to me as they used to be, but I had to be really, really careful. And one of the best pieces of advice that my sponsor gave me is like, Christmas only is assigned, Christmas only means what you assign to it. So he said, you get to choose what this actually means to you. You don't have to wallow in ghosts of Christmas past. You don't have to think about all of the destruction. Yes, it's a part of you. This is what can propel you forward. But at the same time, you don't have to assign any significant meaning. Really, it can be just another day. So it can have religious connotations if you want. It can be celebration if you want. But I don't know about you guys, but when I was at home and I was watching television or listening to the radio and everybody's happy, right? And now we've got Instagram, which is everybody showing their fake presenting selves and how wonderful their life is.
Filter.
And I'm thinking about, oh my God, I feel horrible. Look, everybody else is having such a wonderful time. They're singing Christmas carols, they're getting gifts. All the people on television, they're all smiling and I'm not. And it's not an accurate representation, and I need other people around me to ground me in that reality continuously. And there's nothing like trying to help another human being.
Amen.
Because ultimately, there's always somebody worse off.
Yeah.
Right? And we go back to that gratitude. Right now, I know that there's somebody halfway around the world fighting over a bag of rice that just got dropped from a helicopter.
Right.
And that's not me.
Right.
So why can't I feel at least a little modicum of gratitude?
That's heavy, man. Thank you.
Yeah. So these are the things I try to remember and not to assign too much meaning to it. But there was a lot of battles in the beginning.
Sure.
Not being able to see my daughter was a huge one.
Oh, and that's a common right now. That's a huge problem for a lot of people, especially right now.
Especially in early recovery too, right?
Oh, double whammy.
We haven't patched things back up yet. There's so much there. Yeah.
And we need to hang out with people that are going to not only divert us from those type of wallowing, self-pitying thoughts, but that can also uplift us and remind us about what the end goal is.
Right.
And of course, practicing these principles in all our affairs and patience to be reminded of that.
Right.
That my brain, man, can just run away with something. And next thing I know, right? It's we're not in a good place.
I know. I have no idea what you're talking about.
and being in treatment over Christmas 2 times.
So 2 times.
2 times
over Christmas in treatment.
That's just the way the universe decided to have it all laid out for me, I guess.
Wow, yeah.
And both times. Well, I remember the first time in particular that there was no phone calls.
Mm-hmm.
There was no visitors. No one wanted to talk to me.
Right.
And so this was part of the resolve where I was in. That was the safest place I could be because that is where I really got the first bit of clean time that I needed to have in many, 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 many months. And of course, I didn't quite adhere to the post-treatment plan, which is why I wound back up there.
Yeah. Again, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Happened about that. But it was one of those things over the holidays. I started to watch. I was in treatment over Christmas the first time. I wasn't in treatment the second time over Christmas. And then the third time it was over Christmas again. And I got to watch the way that other people that were coming into the treatment center that were helping out the volunteers, what they were doing to keep themselves occupied. Mm-hmm. And the people that seemingly didn't have maybe a huge support circle that were early in recovery all came back to that treatment center at Christmas.
Right.
And I thought, this is amazing. This is great. This really will work. Not only for them, but it'll work for me. And I understand that I have to keep surrounding myself with these people. So those feelings, though, really, because of the camaraderie in treatment, it was the best place I could have ever been. And I know that working for a treatment center, I know that now when we're coming up to Christmas, which is very mindful for people, everybody's trying to dance around getting into treatment in Christmas.
Right.
I'm thinking, oh my God, it's the best place for you to be. It's the safest place for you to be.
Imagine.
And if you can't be in treatment, at least have a really decent support system that's around you. And what are all these things? I was going through some of my notes just briefly about, I would run some classes before any holiday, whatever it was, Thanksgiving or Easter. It could be your birthday, doesn't really matter. Yeah. Anything of significance that has a special meaning for you. And a lot of the things that were applying back then now don't really apply with COVID.
Yeah.
So we just don't get to go wherever we want.
Right.
There isn't any Christmas sober dances. There isn't these big gatherings in people's houses anymore. Yeah. Everybody's being kept at arm's length. But wherever we go, we know that 12-step meetings, if they're on Zoom or not, are ubiquitous. They're everywhere. Yeah. The idea is sobriety is found in relationship, that I found anyway. Right. Relationship with a higher power and relationship with others.
With each other's for sure too. Yeah.
It's huge.
Beautiful, man.
Yeah. It brings me back when I think about the times that I was, those 2 times I was in treatment, the emotional roller coaster. But I was grateful because I got to have some clarity in there. And some of the things I remember being outside of the treatment center I was in the first time, and I said to this old guy that we were smoking out front, and I said, I'm really starting to think clearly. He goes, it's a real bitch, isn't it? Because I went into treatment with 2 problems and I left with 22. So all of a sudden I got to think about my legal matters, my child matters, right? My alimony matters, all those things have to keep going.
Yeah.
So it's an incredibly special time of year, but it's the double-edged sword.
Absolutely.
And if we're not prepared for it, because how many times did we used to think about things really before we did them?
I don't think ever. I wasn't a consequence processor. I didn't have that ability to say, if I do this, this will happen. I was doing it and then dealing with it, right? But what do you suggest people do to prepare for that?
Yeah, well, do what they're doing now today, hopefully, and then just amp it up. Yeah. So if they're part of a recovery support group, typically, there's a lot more. Well, I just think there's a lot more meetings, but there's a lot of meetings that are around, especially Christmas Day. If you find yourself wallowing for any reason, you're going to have to start to reach out to your support network. Yeah. You pick up that 500-pound phone, most definitely.
Yeah.
The danger of going to these big parties really isn't prevalent at this particular point in time, but you may have to see family that's going to wind up bringing out some negative emotions.
Yeah.
So there's the always have a plan B. Always, always, always. And that really goes with anything in recovery, I think. So if anything fell through, no matter if I'd made a plan and I was really looking forward to something, and it didn't quite come into scope or reality, I always made sure there was something else, especially if I was going to a place where I might be uncomfortable. Yeah. And I'd always let myself stay for the shortest amount of time and then have that exit strategy.
Right.
For sure. So, and if I wanted to stay longer, I could. The other thing, if we find ourselves going to places where other people may not know we're in recovery, you really want to bring someone with you that's in recovery.
Right. Buddy system.
Yeah, always.
Yeah.
Then that way you can't really get caught off guard where that, your mind goes to these funny places, those mental blank spots we talk about in the book.
You have one.
Nobody is around you in this whole room, maybe this family gathering or whether friends, old friends, work friends, whatever it is. Yeah. And, someone says, do you want a drink? And automatically you've said yes so many times.
Yeah.
It's ingrained in you.
Yeah.
But if you've got somebody with you that's in recovery, then, you can be accountable to them.
And that's huge. That accountability, it could save your life.
Yeah. And I always said, because we want to walk that line about telling the truth. We don't want to make up a lie.
No,
we don't want to get into that. It's like, oh no, I've got to bring my cat to the vet in an hour. Yeah. You don't even have a cat.
Yeah.
So,
or a vet.
Or a vet. Or a vet. I got to bring my vet to the cat. Wait.
Something like that.
Something like that. Yeah. I can't keep my lies straight.
Again, I cannot identify.
So we want to tell the truth, and really the easiest thing for me to say was that I have to meet somebody.
Yeah.
Right. And that's it, because I'd always call my sponsor ahead of time and say, look, I'm gonna say that if I'm not safe, I'm gonna try and meet you or call you.
Yeah.
That was it. So I didn't start down that path where I was in conflict again. Am I telling the truth?
Right.
Am I not telling the truth?
Right.
It started with awareness that I was going to a situation because I would share my plans.
Right.
So I remember when I had a plan in treatment. and I shared it with my sponsor. And basically he went something like this, because he knew I did all this by myself. He's like, Glenn, that really is one of the best, most comprehensive post-treatment ideas and plans I've ever heard. He goes, there's only one thing wrong with it. And I said, what's that? He goes, you came up with it. Yeah. And as other people got involved in this post-treatment plan I had written down, it was called the 168 hours in the week. And I was trained to start marking everything down, which really bruised my ego, because I'm a smart guy. I should be able to keep it all up here. Yeah. So as I'm marking it all down, so that served me in so many levels. One, there was some blind spots that I couldn't see that people helped me with. Two, when my bad ghosts of Christmas past would call me up, or just people I really shouldn't be hanging out with, especially in early recovery, these people have a tendency to, find you again, in a lot of instances. Yeah. And I would have this plan up on my fridge, and like, let's get together, Friday. I'm like, no, I can't. I'm already busy. Yeah, sorry. Because I've already laid it all out. I knew what I was doing. I knew what my leisure time was doing.
I love this.
And I knew where my meetings were. I thought about this morning again, which I often do. Is like, what did I do the first thing this morning as I made my bed? Structure. I always have to have that structure, which just all goes by the wayside. But when I had that up there, it really served me well after the holidays when I get out of treatment again, because, the people that we know, the festivities don't usually end till July, and they start up again in August.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah.
So I had all this all planned out. So it was really valuable for me to do. And getting back into the strategies in terms of what to do as the holidays are upon us, it really starts with that awareness. Mm-hmm. And if we can keep that in mind and reach out to other people. Oh, and I was sharing what I was doing. So he's like, what are you doing the following day? I was sharing with my sponsor. Like, what are you doing tomorrow? Mm-hmm. I'm thinking to myself, what's this guy want to know? Right? It's going to make it hard. But because, it's like, well, I'm getting up in the morning. I mean, by this point in time, I'd made a ton of mistakes. So I think I was a little bit easier to handle. Right. But during the first bit where I tried to coast on this by myself, and hold back a lot of things because I just didn't really want anybody in my private life, which was a big mistake. But the more that I allowed people into my life and that they could see, the ideas just started to flow. Cool. And they started to flow in the right direction. Nice. And I really kind of slipped into that stream of recovery, and because I allowed myself, because I was honest, to be open to these things, and I was willing. And some of the most incredible things happened to me in the places where, I didn't want to go. Right. My brain is just like, you don't need to do this today. You don't need to go that today. And I get the greatest gifts for things that I my brain is like, you don't need to do this today, right? So just to show up, and the gifts I'm getting right now are incredible.
I can identify with that.
But don't think my brain didn't say, maybe you should just do something else today, right? You got this going on and that going on, right? I'm like thinking, stop it.
For what it's worth, I said the same thing this morning.
Yeah, right? Like, stop it. Like, so it's just having that 1% extra willingness. Then that other
1%.
That's all it takes.
That's it, man.
That's all it takes.
Game changer.
Yeah, huge.
Right?
That's amazing. What do you think?
I don't know. You're blushing. You're like lit right now. Like your eyes are fired.
Glenn gets my brain just firing on all cylinders. I got things to think about now.
No, and the truth is like, you know what? This is such an important message and such an important time of year. They always are important, as you mentioned, but there seems to be some sort of new sense of vulnerability amongst people's feelings, and there seems to be some attachment. Like you mentioned, what do we make the day? But there seems to be an attachment emotionally. But I think there's also like we talked with a lot of our guests today, a lot for a variety of reasons, right? Some people can identify and attach to the loss of loved ones. Some people can attach some of the best times in their lives were like, waking up as a child and running out to the Christmas tree and seeing the stocking and whatnot, and others didn't have that experience. They may not even had a Christmas tree. Right. So we have such a diverse, unique attachment to that day that it's just important for us to to stay grounded, right? And take this and have these plans in place, right?
So true, eh? So true to mention that a lot of us didn't have good Christmases, or they were peppered.
Sure.
You know, some were, some weren't, depending upon, and, you know, some Christmases were lean, some Christmases were tragic.
Right.
Some Christmases, you know, had very, very happy memories, and we've got all this. And so just be very mindful about not drifting back, and keep in mind, you can assign that meaning to whatever focus you are trying to accomplish, which is hopefully being contented, you know, being happy, joyous, and free. But you don't have to assign any particular meaning to that day. You just don't. Same with your birthdays. Same with Thanksgiving. Same with Easter. You just don't have to. You can open that back up as you emotionally grow, and you can handle more and more stress. We talked about as your brain can start handling more and more stressors.
Right.
I mean, today, an average day that I go through, there's so much stress in it that like, literally 1/10 of it back in the days when I was drinking and using would send me right back out.
Yeah.
So I have to build up that resiliency over time. And if this is your first or second Christmas sober, be very, very aware of what you do. Be extremely methodical in your planning. And it's okay to say no. No is a complete sentence. Sometimes we forget that.
Yeah.
Right? I know for a long time, one of my main strategies was to people please.
Oh.
It's like, can you do this? Can you do that? Sure.
Yeah, I got you.
I'll be there. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah.
Right? And I'll do it to the point where I'm burnt out and resentful.
Yeah.
So I got to be really mindful about that. But I don't know much about balance. So it's a lot of trial and error to find out. And sometimes we can get pushed right to the brink, especially during the holiday
Balance,
time.
Yeah.
So
it's a beam in a gymnasium or something, isn't it?
Yeah. And I didn't know there was all this recovery community, man, that was happening around.
Yeah.
Right? So things that we can now listen to. You guys have filled such a huge gap in terms of, I mean, podcasts are wonderful anyway to begin with. But to have this that people can listen to, and that inspires hope, that they know that they're not alone. And hopefully that will just wind up triggering for them in a good way, that they can reach out to somebody, that there's other people that think like they do. And that's it. We're not alone.
No, and then that's a great point to make right at this. Well, we should just reiterate the Facebook group, Relating in Recovery. And that's where all of these are branching from. That's where the connections are being made. Right. And that's where you can find like-minded people. And, you know, and this is where we are not alone, right?
That's huge. That's huge. And and you can talk to us. You can reach out to
anybody. Yeah, we're all on it. We're all there.
Yeah.
Which is amazing.
Everyone that you're hearing today is involved there. So
that's such a great thing.
So you know what? I want to thank you so much, man, on behalf of Relating Recovery, and you know, and my family. I want to thank you for my sobriety. Right? Awesome. We're super humbled and super blessed to have you here. You know that.
It back and forth, brother. Like we're all part of this. Yeah. And, right. You're helping me keep sober today, guys. So thank you very much for that. Yeah.
Right on, man.
Awesome.
Merry Christmas.
Okay. Merry Christmas.
All right.
All right, for sure.
Thank you. We'll talk to you soon, brother.
For sure.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right.
Brother, what just happened?
I know.
Like, really?
Glenn, man, he's brilliant, eh?
Unbelievable, man. He takes my breath away, that guy.
I don't know if you noticed, you were like, Dustin, how do you feel about
I
this?
had
And
nothing.
I'm like,
That was amazing, man.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Again, and another one with the hat. I can't see Rick wearing that.
No, you know what? I think Rick could pull off any hat, though.
Yeah,
He's
man.
got quite the arsenal.
So I'm super stoked about our next guest, man. You might know this guy.
I do.
I don't know. You want to introduce?
Yeah. I think I see him there. Garnet?
Come on in, brother. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, man.
What's up, Dad?
What's up, Dad? You hear that? His father's in the house. How you doing, man?
Hey, man. How you doing?
Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you.
Merry Christmas, eh?
Merry Christmas.
So we got like a week, 5 days, something like that before Christmas.
Yeah.
Nice, eh?
How's that feel?
Yeah, it feels good.
Yeah?
Feels good, yeah.
You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm an alcoholic. My name's Garnet.
Hey, Garnet. So you've had a few Christmases without a drink, I suppose, or what?
Yes, I have.
One
yeah.
or two? Or
Got my dry date's November 12th, 1990. So.
November 12th, 1990.
Yeah, so I've had a few.
Yeah.
They've all been sober since then.
Yeah, that's crazy. So listen, we're doing this thing today to help people in a variety of different situations, and we've had a variety of amazing guests here, right? And maybe you could draw on some of your experience to talk about maybe what worked for you, or what didn't work for you, and what people should expect as the years go on. And
well, quickly, what didn't work for me was everything before I got to this program.
True.
And when I got here, I was, like Dustin's talked about it a lot, the gift of desperation. I was desperate for something different. And this program taught me all the things I need to learn. Now, it took time. And my first Christmas was, I just followed. I hung out with some guys, and I got directed to some certain people, and they just said, come with us.
Right.
Do this. And I was willing to do anything that you guys told me to do to stay sober. I stayed very close to the program. I think about it now, it's shocking how well I adapted. Like, I was looking for something my whole life. I was looking for something, and I didn't know what it was. And I just knew that what I had before wasn't good. So, yeah, I just held on with everything I had for Alcoholics Anonymous. Yeah.
So what did you do some of your first Christmases while you're in early recovery?
Well, my first Christmas, my family at the time hadn't changed so much. Like my brothers and sisters, my mom, all that, father. My first Christmas, I went up to Bancroft where my parents lived, and I got there, and I was pumped up because I'm sober, and this is going to be a great Christmas. And I get there, and they're doing the same stuff that we always did before, and I got a little bit frightened. Like, what am I going to do here? And I'm leaning on the kitchen window, looking out the window, thinking, am I going to stay sober this weekend? And right across the road, there's a car. I don't know this guy. There's a car with a bumper sticker on it, friend of Bill.
God shot.
Yeah, God shot. So my first one that I really took notice of, So anyway, my shoes are on. I'm going across the road.
Wow.
I knock on this guy's door, and I introduce myself, tell him my story, and we're on our way to a meeting an hour later, going down to Apsley to a meeting on Saturday night.
Come on.
And, I never would have did that before Alcoholics Anonymous,
Right.
because I always would tough it out myself and
Sure.
take the the stuff that ended up with it, but I did that, and that really opened my mind up to that I need to ask for help when I feel out of sorts, when I feel messed up at Christmas time, especially because it's not my favorite type of time. I need help. I
love that, man.
I need help.
What an amazing share. Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
Let me.
What else? Was there anything else over the years that you did, like through the program that helped you, like service and?
Yeah, lots of service work, because again, back then, I always called it the 2x4. AA. Like, nobody said we should try this. They said, let's go, and we're going to do this. So one of the things we did was went down to Regent Park on Christmas Day, served dinner. Hand out what we had, whether it be clothes or food or our own time. And again, that was totally foreign to me, because my time was my time, and help everybody else. But one of the things I was taught that I need to give back.
Yes.
And it was very important to do that. And then to be present at Christmas, because I was always, drunk under the tree kind of thing. Everybody always talks about that,
Yeah.
But I was there. I was present. I was, this is before cell phones and stuff, so you couldn't sit around with your family and be on cell phones. You actually had to be present. And I gave them my 100%.
What a gift.
Yeah.
What a gift.
Absolutely. Yeah,
so this is your 30th sober Christmas?
So
It'll be 30, yeah.
Am I correct? So if that's okay, so November. What did you say it was?
November 12th.
November 12th. Yeah. That was about a month ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, wait a minute. So then you just had 30-year medallion.
30 years.
Did you have a medallion? Because I'm gonna be honest. I've never seen a 30-year medallion.
Well, I can't show you.
I was gonna ask you if you could show it to me. Really?
Yeah, because of COVID, I didn't get one.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Why don't you show them this one, Dad?
There you go. Awesome. Wow. How about that, eh? Thank you very much.
So for what it's worth, Dustin just gave his own father a 30-year medallion.
That's awesome. Yeah. So I'll show you this, Jay. You can see one. If I can get it out. It's stuck in here.
The light in your eyes is making my eyes light. Man.
There you go, eh? Perfect.
Look at you. You are a walking,
3
talking
X's.
miracle.
3
Awesome.
X's.
You can. I'll take a look at it when we're finished. I am absolutely.
Nice. Thank you.
I'm absolutely amazed and happy and overjoyed for you, man.
Yeah, that's good. Golden would have been nicer, but
I gotta say, like, look, as one of Dustin's brothers,
that's nice. Thank you very much.
And and someone who can identify with a child in active addiction, I know that you are somebody that's an example to me, because we know that we can only be an example to our children by doing what we have to do in order to give them a safe place to go to when the time is right. And you've given that to your son, and your son is now living proof of what can happen when the miracle's ready to be happening, right?
Yeah.
So you are an incredible human being, and you deserve all the joy this Christmas, and thank you
very
beyond
much.
measure
Yeah.
for all
Merry
that you
Christmas,
do,
guys.
man.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you.
Congrats, Dad.
All right. Thank you.
Congratulations, man. Happy 30th.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Have,
Are we out?
Awesome.
Yeah, have a
Yeah,
great.
we're out.
All right, I'm done.
Have a
Yeah.
great. Wow. Wow.
That was cool.
Wow.
Holy.
How you feeling?
I'm emotional.
Did you because you were gonna say some words? Did you just like?
I had tears blocking my words. I was really feeling emotional.
I had to jump in.
It's so cool. Wow. Obviously, because of COVID, I don't think that would have never happened, right? So that was really special.
I'm seeing a theme here, right? Like it's so easy for us to sit on that and dwell on all the negative of COVID, but all I get is positive, man.
Yeah,
Everywhere I turn. Now, listen, don't get me wrong. I have not been intimately affected. No one I know has succumbed to this illness. I haven't lost a job. I haven't really had any financial punches to my gut that's changed my life, right? So it's a bit biased, but all the blessings are just so incredible, man.
Yeah, that was a really, really cool moment. And it's neat because we're recording in video today, so I get to keep that moment with my dad for forever. That was
Forever,
really cool.
bro.
Yeah.
I just want to say, man, I'm super proud of you, and that was amazing to watch the tears swell up in your father's eyes, right?
Yeah.
I honestly believe in my heart of hearts that was the healthy pride.
Yeah.
He's looking at his boy, right? And he's looking at the surrounding that his boy's in right now, and he's looking at the state of your life, right? And now his son is giving him a 30-year medallion to recognize his significant contributions to the world, right? Wow.
That was something special, man. I'm gonna carry that one with me for a long time, forever.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this next guest. I haven't got to meet him before, but you've been telling me some amazing things about this guy. This guy's he's a true soldier, eh?
Yeah,
sober
someone
soldier.
that inspires me very, very much. I'm excited to have him on. I think he's here now.
Yeah.
Is that there?
Oh
he is.
yeah,
Al.
nice.
Hello, guys.
Well, okay, how you
What's going
doing,
on,
man?
Al? Hey, buddy. Good to see you.
Hugs or what?
Yeah, man.
How
Get
you
a
doing,
hug.
man? Hey, yeah, man.
Welcome.
Merry Christmas, man.
So we'll start off. We'll get you to introduce yourself, Al.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm
how
Al.
you doing? How you doing, Al?
Good. How's it going?
Good, man. Pretty lit.
Yeah, I'm an Aquarius. I like long walks on the beach.
Oh, right.
Was that the intro you're looking
Yeah,
for? or what?
man. Yeah.
Something like that.
I like short walks. I don't know. Long walks. I don't know.
I was kind of joking there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was
Glad to be here.
Yeah, I'm so glad you came. As I said, obviously you're someone that I look up to in recovery. You've inspired me since day one. Going to meetings, listening to you talk and watch you walk this program is it's been amazing, right? So I felt like it was a no-brainer. I wanted to get you on and get you talking, and I just knew it would be golden no matter which way we go.
Nice.
But you actually have a lot of I feel like you have a lot of experience to draw from, especially to what we're speaking to today, right? With being sober in the Christmas season. Right.
Yeah.
Because as we've touched on a few times today, being sober in the holidays for alcoholics and addicts, presents in a challenging time, an emotional time, right? And actually, you actually went to treatment during the holidays too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that experience?
I mean, I will. Like, anytime you ask the question of like, how is it to be sober over the holidays, right? Like, I always think of my friend Warren. Did you ever hear Warren share?
I haven't. No.
Warren's funny though, because he kind of has the attitude, well, you know, Christmas is hard, but yeah, like a good day is hard and a bad day is hard.
Yeah.
Right? It's hard to stay sober on a rainy day, and it's hard to stay sober when things are good, and it's hard to stay sober when things are bad.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of philosophy that I kind of take. Is that like if for us that are true alcoholics and addicts, like it's hard no matter what.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to
Thursday.
stay sober through the summertime. It's hard to stay sober through March break anytime.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And,
It's a good point.
Absolutely, man.
I think the thing that for me with Christmas that was always so loaded was that the expectations.
Oh,
And,
we that'll kill her.
Yeah.
That'll kill her, man.
And like I came from a very privileged upbringing, so like Christmas was always filled with like wanting things and this like kind of crazy energy surrounding family that always happens at Christmas time.
Yeah.
And this wildness that us as alcoholics and addicts like really tap into, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for me, it was also a time like I could come out with the way that I drank and used and stuff. Like everyone was in that mood of like celebrating and stuff. So it was like this one time that I could like drink like I wanted to and like manipulate you for money like I wanted to, and like all those ways, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I could just
I
be
could
like
so
that
relate.
because
Natural
everyone was
behaviors
like
for
in
us.
that vibe, right?
Yeah.
Like everyone's in that vibe.
Right.
So that was there, and then you know I think of like someone who's built a family since I've been in recovery, and I have small children, and I have siblings, and I have relationships that are still like in sobriety. These times of holidays are still difficult, right? They still bring on the same sorts of like feelings, right?
Feelings.
Yeah.
You nailed it, right?
Yeah.
Different emotions and feelings, right?
Yeah, well, dealing with your family, dealing with relationships,
Stresses.
Yeah.
And like you mentioned, the good stuff too, right?
Yeah.
The attachments that we put with the positive
Yeah.
energy, right? You know, and it's so easy to get lost in the good stuff.
Yeah.
Right? It's amazing. So
Well, you know, when my sponsor asked me, are we talking about recovery like here?
Yeah.
Sure.
Like when my sponsor asked me to do a fourth step, right? He's like, immediately, the columns of people that we resent, like he says, immediately put on your family, your partner, people you work with, people in recovery, like immediately, right? Like we don't get along well with those like in our inner circle, right?
Of course not.
And so like times of holidays are like these forced situations to be with those people.
Right.
Right, so it can either come off like very well or like very badly.
Sure.
You know.
Yeah. True, man.
Especially in early recovery too, everything's very extreme, right? Like,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
like my good is really, really good,
Yeah.
and then my bad is really, really bad.
Oh,
right?
like what Glenn talked about in 10 was about the inability to process the stresses properly. Our neurotransmitters just aren't firing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, we don't have the ability to accept it the way we can grow to learn to accept
Yeah.
it, you know?
Or we build up these big expectations, like I'm sober now. This is going to be the best
Yeah.
Christmas ever, and I'm going to make it good for my kids and my wife and my grandparents. And then it's like, what happens? The show doesn't come off as planned, right?
The show doesn't
Yeah.
come
And we
off
like
as
go, we dig in a
planned.
little deeper, right?
Right.
We try to make it perfect, like a little harder, right? And we're like, I'm working so hard to make this the best Christmas ever. Don't
Yeah.
you see? And like, you know.
Yeah.
So I've experienced that in sobriety, and you know, like I'm coming up on a sober date, and I went to treatment in October, and I kind of got bamboozled into going to treatment. Like I thought it was going to be like a 12-day spin cycle or like a 30-day vacation, and it turned into something much longer than that. And so when I was like in early recovery and like in another country, and like imagining myself, like poor me being alone on Christmas, you know, I had just lost my mom.
Right.
And I come from a family with like a lot of siblings and stuff, and so I really was like thriving for that support during that time, but I didn't have that. I was in treatment in basically an institution,
Right.
in another country, and thinking like, this is, can I swear?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Like I was just thinking like, this is the fucking worst. Like this sucks. I hate this. I want to
Yeah.
go home. And you know, that was my mental state at the time.
Right.
You know, and like, but like looking back at it, it's like I had my, like that was the beginning of this journey that's changed my life so drastically.
Yeah.
And that's been so transformative for me.
Imagine.
Right. And like in that moment of like feeling so sorry for myself, like by sticking it out, like I was able to have this life that I have today, which is like something that I could never have done on my own or never have done if I like gave into that thinking of like, fuck it, I'm going home.
Yeah.
Like I need my Christmas, which the reality would have been probably like go home, get fucked up.
Yeah.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I want to, I definitely, we got to circle back to this for sure. But before we continue, Dustin was telling me you're involved in some grassroots organizations of some sort in Peterborough, Ontario.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where I'm from. Like a big part of the way that I stay sober today is that is through intensive work with other alcoholics and addicts, and what that looks like is like trying to help people like navigate getting sober and or getting well, and so it's experiencing that and then experiencing like all the barriers that we have in our community and that get in the way of like people getting the help that they need.
Right.
Has like forced me to look at like what my part in our community and what I can do to help.
Amazing, brother.
And then also like raising children, like actually in the same environments that I was raised and my friends were raised through, like the physical same places.
Right.
And like feeling almost like deja vu.
Right.
Like taking my kids to school or feeling almost like deja vu, like being downtown, and thinking of all the people that like aren't here with us or who are on the street or who are in jail or who have experienced like some of the stuff that I've experienced.
Right.
And like looking as a father and someone who works now in Peterborough, like trying to like make it better for us. Right.
Love it. Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Thank you for everything.
So is there anything that you maybe wanted to touch on that you're working on in Peterborough that?
Not really. I would just like to like the thing that I would pass forward from my like learning how to like trying to get engaged with my community is that most of the answers in enacting change like take place politically.
Right.
I found, and so if this is something that like your listeners want to get involved in their communities, I would urge them to like use their voice and also get engaged politically because those are the people in power that have the ability to make the changes that we need.
It's amazing, Alex. Thank you.
Yeah.
So to circle back, so when you went through treatment over the Christmas holidays, it made me think of something here. It's like, so my daughter, she's wired like me, right?
Yeah. How are you wired?
I'm wired differently than most of the people I know. Well, not anymore. Actually, most of the people I know are wired similarly.
Yeah.
I'm not what the term normal would be considered. Right. I'm not. I can't drink with impunity. Right. And I can't drug with impunity. And I and that's just the way it is for this alcoholic. Right. And my daughter's wired like me. And she just like a lot of us. It's been really, really difficult. To see through the mud, to see any glimmer of sunlight, right? And sometimes when you just see a little crack in the door, you have an opportunity to just kick it down, right? And I think that's I'm getting the vibe, and I don't attach myself to outcomes anymore, right? And I'm not naive to the nature of this disease, Christmas or no Christmas. I know that when it's time to do this, there has to be no reservations. We have to go all in. There's no half measures, and you have to want it more than anything else in your life, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm getting that sense of hope with my daughter these days. Mm-hmm. So just so you're aware, like she came about 2 weeks ago, asking for help. Mm-hmm. Like that was a miracle for me, right? Mm-hmm. And a blessing, but at the same time, it was just the scratch of the surface of the journey, right? So she is going to be in treatment for Christmas.
Amazing.
I know, like it's huge opportunity. It's amazing. It's exciting, but there's a lot of things that's attached to that, right? A lot of different fears, a lot of different emotional roller coaster rides she's going to go on. Mm-hmm. And at the end of the day, I'm dad. Mm-hmm. I'm not her recovery sponsor. I'm not. I'm actually really just a guy who can lead by an example and then love her from a distance until she finds her.
So let's ask her about it.
Yeah. We're going to bring her in?
Yeah. Let's do it. Ashley,
all right, come on in. This is my daughter Ashley.
Hi.
All right. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Yeah, Ash, you want to introduce yourself, Ash?
Hi, I'm Ashley. I am just Jason's daughter. And I'm an addict in early recovery. Like Dad said, I'm starting treatment soon, so I'm a little nervous. Never done anything like this before. But yeah, today I am 2 weeks on the dot, clean and sober.
and it's a different experience this time around. So I have almost 4 years in the past I was clean, but I wasn't recovering like I thought I was. I did a lot of the things that everybody else in recovery did, but I never followed the full recipe that was given to me. I thought I could do things on my own. I thought I was still in control. I thought I could do it on my own. I know it's an illusion. I'm learning. So yeah, that's where I'm at. And yeah, I go into treatment on December 14th, and I'm super, super excited, terrified, very, very terrified. They're very scared, but I'm really excited to start this new journey and to do it with the motivation and the tools and with the support and the family that I have too, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
What do you think, Alice?
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing, yeah.
When she talks about the fears, what should she expect when she goes in? What kind of things can you relate to or hear?
I mean, like, you know the deal, right? Like, we all know the deal, you know? It's just, like, the delusion of, like the whole idea of, like, that my life is unmanageable. You know, like, what that looked like for me was, like, being shot out, skin green, transparent, like 10 days off methadone, calling my family back from detox, saying, like, I'm fine. Like, let me back to my life, right? Let me make these decisions for myself, right? And I had to give all that up, including the idea that, like, I wasn't going to be well unless I could spend Christmas with my family. You know what I mean? And yeah, I wasn't like, I had a million reservations. I don't identify with like the guys who come in and just want this with everything they have, because I didn't.
Fair.
You know, I knew that I wanted to be off the dope and I wanted to be off methadone, and that was it.
Right.
You know, but that was enough to carry me, because to do that, you guys told me I had to do certain things, and I was willing to try those things. Right.
Willing.
But and you know, I had some semblance of control. Like I could juggle the substances around, or like go here or there, like, or get this little relief here or there, right? But I always went back to what I did.
I totally can relate with that.
Yeah, and like from a young age, like I always wanted to have this power in my life and this control and this decision making, right? Because I felt so powerless, right? So when you told me like I had to give up not only the substances but also like my whole way of living and behaving and acting, you know, that was like something that took a lot of practice, you know.
No, for sure.
But it was those little decisions like Al, stay in treatment, don't go home for Christmas, right? Move to this halfway house, don't go home, right? Continue on with this recovery. Like those little decisions, looking back on it now, were like hugely, hugely important for me, because it took a long time. It took a long time to get it, you know.
I think my biggest fear, and not holding me back, but I haven't been excited. I was explaining it to family last night. I haven't been excited over Christmas in a really long time. This time last Christmas, I spent it in severe withdrawal. Is it okay that I share this?
Please do.
Okay. Last Christmas, I was in severe withdrawal. I was donated a lot of gifts for my kids, which was amazing. But I ended up taking those gifts, unwrapping them, and bringing them to Walmart so that I could go get a gift card, so I could trade that for drugs, so that I can get myself out of withdrawal, so I could not be sick, so I could potentially go see my children, which by the time that everything was said and done, it never ended up happening, and my children were disappointed, and I was disappointed, but here I am 14 days now, right? And that was a year ago. And even with disappointing my children as much as I did in the past, it's funny how, not really funny, but it's just insane the way that we continue to live our lives, you know, no matter how many people we hurt, even if it is our own children. And so part of the thing, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm just so grateful that I get to give my son the gift of me being sober this year. And it's a shame I'm not going to be able to see him on Christmas Day, but doing it the way that I'm doing it and going to treatment as soon as I can, no matter what day that falls on, is only going to set him up for down the road, right? And then that way, if I didn't go, that puts me at risk of relapse and potentially never spending another holiday with him ever again, right? Whereas, yes, I might not be able to see him Christmas morning, but this is setting me up so that I can spend every year with him potentially down the road, right? And I'm just like, I've been living in this state of gratitude the past 2 weeks. Don't get me wrong, I've had a lot of ups and downs where I'll be dancing on the path with the sun shining 1 minute and singing in my bedroom, and the next minute I'm bawling my eyes out in the shower, and my emotions have been just a constant roller coaster, and it's been a ride, but just the state of gratitude that I've been living in, right? And just doing exactly what everybody in the rooms have been sharing with me, and Dad's fellowship, everybody, they say, do it this way, this is the recipe, you want what we have, do it like this. And similar as you, before in the past, I just wanted to get off the dope. I just wanted to
or just get out of the jam, get everyone off my back, make everyone think I'm good, like
and tell them whatever I have to tell them so that they think I'm good. And reality is I was just damaging myself, and I wasn't being the best version of myself, which reflected in my children.
And that's the thing, that best version, and that's like when you talk about like a higher power, right? Like the very best version of me exists within me, and so does the most low down, dirty, rotten version of me, right? The one that I give into. And so like this program is about tapping into like that best self, right? That's what it does. That's the root of it all, right? And if you look at the big book, like it talks, there's the chapters, the family afterward, and to the wives and to the employer, and they talk about these people in our lives that hold on to this ideal of like the best us, right? And they put up with so much bullshit because they know like deep down we're good people, right? And so when I was using and drinking, like I was so disconnected from that like good version of myself. Not good morally, just like the right version of myself. You know what I mean? Because like this is not a moral thing. It's not a moral failing that I used and drank the way that I did, and it's not a moral victory that I'm sober today. You know what I mean? But yeah, like the difference between like how I know I'm supposed to be and like how I actually am was a lot when I was using it.
I can relate.
Thank you, Alex. Appreciate that.
I can relate.
And Ashley, everything you said just screams hope.
Yeah.
Hope.
Same with you,
the
Al.
most beautiful 4-letter word outside of love, right?
Yeah.
And that's what you're and that's what you're, by sharing this honesty today, is what you're giving someone else too.
And the funny thing is like I've heard so many stories of the unwrapping the Christmas present.
I've
heard that so many times. We 12-stepped the guy who did that. Like it's funny.
Yeah, it is, and I can identify a birthday bicycle for Noah. I totally get it. I get it.
Yeah.
So, well, you know what, you guys, we're really super grateful that you could come by this close to Christmas and join us on this incredible special that we're hoping to air. And
thanks again, Al.
Yeah. And thank you so much. So
thanks,
I love
everybody.
you so much,
I
by the
love
way.
you.
I'm so proud of you. So proud of you. I love you, baby.
Awesome.
Okay, cool.
Thanks,
All
Al.
right, thank you.
We're gonna have a great afternoon. You know, I'm just sitting here. Dustin had to take off for a minute, and this is a pandemic, and we are taking COVID precautions here today during this show in order to not only protect ourselves, but in order to protect everyone else, right? The community, the world as a whole, right? You know, we want to be part of the solution here at Relating and Recovery, not part of the problem. So that being said, I just want to quickly go back to what just happened. We just had a very powerful moment with Ashley and Alex, and it really reminds me that I became an active member of a fellowship called Al-Anon because I have very codependent behaviors in the essence that I think I can control other people's behaviors, and I cannot. And at the end of the day, all I can control is my reaction based on my action, nothing more. And that's not easy for a person like me, to separate what I think I know versus how I feel. Not a very minimal task, to say the least. So I've got a guest coming in who's got some history and some experience with this, with coda and codependence, and I'd love to introduce to you guys our next guest. Come on in, my brother. Merry Christmas, man.
Merry Christmas.
Yes, man.
Hello. Thanks for having me.
No, thanks for coming.
Oh, this is exciting, man.
Yeah, you can identify yourself however you wish.
My name is Matt M, and I am a grateful recovering codependent.
Oh,
yeah,
right,
this is amazing. You know what? I'm born on Halloween.
Okay.
But I am a Christmas. Well, I'm a
I saw you wearing that in June. Nice try.
That's right. Yeah, this
delivering the newspapers.
This is my Cuba outfit. My go Cuba. But yeah, you know what? And I grew up loving Christmas. It was a big time in our family. You know, on the street they call me Griswold, and I've seen so many Christmas specials. I've seen so many Christmas specials, but this is amazing to be a part of this Christmas special.
Well, thank you so much for being here. This is an opportunity for us to hopefully help one person, you know. I wanted to ask about the mask. I got one on too.
Yes, yeah.
So that was from last month?
This was from, this was the Movember campaign.
Yeah, Movember campaign.
Started this back in 2009 when it kicked off. And at the time, the big thing was prostate cancer.
Right.
Right. And now it's completely changed. And it's still cancers, men's cancers. But now it's so heavy on addiction, mental health, right? You know, 3 in 4 guys, 3 in 4 guys commit suicide.
It's something that we don't talk enough about.
We don't.
Men's health is a very serious issue, and a lot of men are bred into this belief that we're supposed to be tough guys and just not have feelings and not have emotions.
That's right. Yeah, and then look what happens. You know, you hear some horrible stories, right?
That's right.
Yeah, we raise money and we raise awareness for men's awareness. Yeah,
I love it, man. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit today about codependence, especially over the holidays. We have this attachment, right?
Yeah.
And I wanted to know what your thoughts are. Maybe you had some experiences that you could share with our listeners that might be able to help them recognize certain behaviors and maybe potential things that would help them get through this.
Yeah, for sure. You know what? It is the most wonderful time of the year.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It is. That is. But it's a time of year where, you know, codependent behaviors can really kick into overdrive. Like as a codependent, you know, I'm a rescuer, I'm a caretaker. That's what I want to do, right? You come to me with your problems and I call it Dr. Filling you, right? When I Dr. Fill you,
I love it.
For someone like me, that's when I get into the danger zone.
This could be the best day of your life.
because I want to take you, Jay, and give me your problems, and I want to fix them,
right?
You know, but then the problem is when I start to do that, you know, and I'm using Matt's will, and when I do that, that's when I Dr. Phil you, that's the danger zone.
Sure it is.
Because there's something called the Cartman drama triangle, and there's 3 points to the triangle. Well, as all triangles have. Yeah.
What kind of triangles are you looking at?
Quick math lesson for you there, Jay.
Thank you.
So the first point.
Not like those round triangles.
Yeah, not the round ones. Yeah, those are the old ones. The first point of the triangle is rescue, caretake.
Okay.
Right? So I want to rescue, I want to caretake you. The next point of it is, the second point of the triangle is I want to, I start to resent you. Because you don't listen to me.
Right.
Where are you going, Jay? I give you all these great ideas. You're not using my ideas.
Right.
And then the third point of the triangle is the depression that I get into. Because Jay doesn't love me anymore. He's not listening to me. He's not answering my phone calls.
Lack of control. Try to control, and I have no control.
That's right. And then I just lose everything.
Imagine.
You know. So, you know, at this time of year, there's friends that are falling on some tough times because it's Christmas time, right? And that happens. Money and this and that. And I have to set boundaries, right? You know, if a good friend calls me up and gives me this story, and they might be a codependent too, and they give me this codependent hook to hook Matt, I have to know that I'm on that line now, and I have to watch myself,
right?
That I don't get used and abused like I have in the past, right? So I have to set healthy boundaries, and I have to know where my emotions are taking me, and know that I own my emotions.
What kind of boundaries?
Just an example, just knowing that as a codependent, I will give you advice and I will do things for you that you don't even ask for, right?
Right.
Because I'm here to rescue you. I'm here to do this for you, to do that for you. And that's a boundary where I have to put it and go, listen, if Jay comes to me with his issue, I have to know that this is Jay's issue.
Right.
This is not Matt's issue.
Separate from it.
Separate from it, right? Because As a codependent, it's very quickly going to become match issue. It'll keep me up at night. It'll keep me irritable.
Is this something that's progressive over time?
Oh,
or
yeah.
Is this something that happens like immediately?
Well, yeah, it's codependency, unlike alcoholism, which is a disease, codependency hasn't really been called a disease yet, but like alcoholism, it is a progressive disease.
I would think so.
It gets worse and worse and worse.
And the longer you're there, the
That's right.
deeper you get.
Yeah.
And I guess there's a lot of denial in that too, because you don't even realize that
That's
you're
right.
ill, right?
Yeah. Like there's in CODA, there's the patterns, the compliance patterns we have, and denial is one of them, right? Low self-esteem. There's control and there's avoidance, and these are patterns that a lot of us codependents have.
Right.
It's speaking about codependency. Like if you were to look it up, and you were to do a quiz, almost everyone's codependent. Like
Right.
really, but the difference. I shouldn't say everyone's codependent. Almost everyone has codependent behaviors and traits.
Right.
So if you looked it up, anyone here in this room were to look it up, I'm a codependent, but it's to the difference between someone like me and someone who says, I have codependent behaviors is the level that I go to.
Okay.
Right? That's the extreme.
And how much you carry
And
inside.
how much I carry, right? I need to
Right.
learn to disconnect in a healthy way with people, right?
Right.
Sometimes it's disconnecting in anger, and sometimes it's disconnecting in love.
Right.
I can say to someone no. And in codependency, one of the things that they talk about in CODA is no is a complete sentence. With a period.
That's the second time I've heard that
That's right,
today.
right? Because me in my past, if you come to me for something and I tell you no, historically with my old behavior, I'll tell you no, and then I'll give you a big paragraph. Why? Right? So don't hate me. Don't hate me, right? Because I'm a people pleaser.
Right.
To the nth degree, right?
Right.
I want to please you because ultimately, I have a lack of self-worth. Really,
Right.
that's kind of what it boils down to.
Man, that's dynamite. That's dynamite. So we know what to look out for, and then we know that that's the behavior. Now, what to do? What to do if you recognize these are behaviors, especially this time of Christmas? We'll be going to be around people that we may have had these behaviors with for years, but we don't see them all the time. What happens then? So now, let's say I recognize these behaviors. What do I do? Where do I turn?
Well, CODA, right?
CODA, and what is CODA?
In CODA follows the 12 steps of the program.
It's a 12-step recovery program.
12-step recovery program, and ultimately, to just like the 12 steps in AA or CA, you have a higher power.
Okay.
And someone like me who is used to going to a wife or to a friend and being codependent on them, I turn to my higher power and I pray for these feelings and these thoughts to be lifted from me.
Brother, I appreciate it so much. I want to just say before we finish up, and first of all, thank you. Thank you so much for bringing such an important topic to our panel today.
I'm just gonna take my jacket off here because I don't want to forget this, right? Because I didn't bring. Let's take this off here. I do have something on underneath this. Don't worry.
No, I'm not worried. I'm actually for some of our female viewers or our male viewers, for that matter. That was very presumptuous. Relating in recovery. The truth is, relating in recovery is bringing a whole lot of connection for a whole lot of people.
It is, man.
And I'm just so humbled to be a part of it, and to have you here just shows a shining example of what connection and hope can do to our lives, right?
And thank you for having me.
My
relating in recovery is an amazing thing.
I love it. And I wanted to just mention, I think you should really grow that mustache.
Like this?
I'm just saying, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's quite the Dustin.
Is mine upside down?
No.
The whole time I was sitting here, I'm like, well, whatever.
No, it looks amazing. I love it.
Brother, have yourself a super Merry Christmas.
Same to
you and
brother.
your family. Thank you very much for coming, man.
Thank you so
much.
much.
And we'll see you soon, brother.
Merry Christmas.
All right.
Thanks.
Brother, did you hear that? Did you hear that?
What I hear?
What, Matt?
Oh, it was amazing.
Man, it's just like, it made me think about like a lot of things, right? Like we got to be aware of our behaviors. It doesn't matter if, for me, drugs and alcohol. For me, relationships. For me, ice cream. For me, anything. Excitement, non-excitement, people, places, things, right? It's all the same. It's my behavior, man.
Yeah.
You know, and then I'm still spinning back to like about the whole one before we were talking about Ashley and the treatment, and like how do I let go of those reservations and all these things, and if I have to let go of certain people because of these coded behaviors, all these things, like how, right? So I was thinking about the two monks that were walking along the riverbank, right, and they see this this lady, and she's got like a pole there, and she's got like some fruits and vegetables on these baskets, and she's bringing it to her village. And the monks have this vow that they're never, ever to touch a woman. Ever. Right? And there's like an older monk and a smaller monk. Right? And they both look at each other. And the older monk just sort of looks at the smaller monk, and he walks over because the river was almost raging. Right? And he scoops up this woman. Right? And he carries her across the riverbank. Right? Like so. And he puts her down. Right? And the little monk, he kind of crosses the river as well. And then they look at each other and they start walking on their journey. Right? They're walking for miles and for like an hour, and you know it's quiet. They're walking in silence, but the little monk's mind is spinning the whole time, and finally he can't take it anymore, and he says, "Brother, I must ask you. I need to ask you. You have a vow. We vowed never to touch a woman, and there you are touching a woman. How could you do that, my brother?" And the older monk looks at the smaller monk and he says, "Brother, I picked up that woman on one side of the river. I carried her across the river and I put her down. Why are you still carrying her?" You know? And it's like, it starts with making a decision to let these things go, right?
Yeah.
That's where we talk about my reactions and my actions to things. That's an action that I can take. It starts with a choice, right?
Yeah.
Man, this is going to be a great Christmas, bro.
Yes. I think so. I hope so, right?
Yeah, I don't see why. I mean, I'm going to choose for it to be a great Christmas.
Yeah.
I'm going to make that conscious choice, right?
Yeah.
You know? So I got some exciting news, man.
What's that?
Our next guest. I don't know if you've ever actually met this woman. She's fired up, man. She's done a ton of service, and she's changed countless lives, you know. One of these givers, right? One of these people like that has been able to take her mess and turn it into a message, right? And just be able to share that. Yeah. She's a powerhouse in my mind. She's a spiritual giant. So I think she's here. She's here. Come on in. Yeah.
Yes.
Merry Christmas.
Hey, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Nice to see you.
Hi.
Nice to see you.
How are you?
Good to see you.
Thank you so much for coming. Yeah. You want to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name's Kim. I'm a very grateful recovered addict.
Fantastic.
And alcoholic,
Yeah.
and all of the above.
All of the
Here I am.
above.
Welcome.
Here I
I can
am.
relate. Welcome. So how you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm pretty
Yeah?
excited to be here with you guys.
Christmas is like right here.
Man, right? Another Christmas, and this is going to be a very different Christmas from what we're used to. A
Yeah.
lot of different things for people.
Oh yeah.
For
It's been
sure.
a different year.
Oh my God, right? Yeah, it really has. It's impacted the lives of a lot of people, especially the people in recovery.
Especially.
Yeah, it's really been challenging for a lot of people. On the other hand, it's also been amazing for some people because you're speaking in meetings all around the world and
Right.
you're hearing speakers from around the world, so it's pretty cool.
Zooming here and zooming there.
Zooming everywhere.
All I want to do is zoom,
Remember
zoom,
that?
man,
Oh,
zoom,
man.
boom.
That was a good tune.
That was a great
Shake
song.
you up. Should play it right now. Let's have a dance party for this segment.
We should, absolutely. I think that's a great idea.
It's not a bad idea. Maybe at the end.
So we thought you know, what some things we could touch on is you know, just talking about what your first Christmas was like sober, or your first Christmas before that, right? And then also what it looks like today for you. And we thought we could touch on your experience a little bit, or you could touch on your experience, right, for us.
Okay. Well, there's year one and there's year zero, right?
Yeah.
So I remember attempting to be in recovery and getting a few months under my belt and thinking I got this. And, you know, my entire life, I was using from the time I was 17 years old. And, you know, I'm already, at that point, I was 45 years old and I was trying to live sober. And I had a couple of months in it, and I went downtown to see my friends because those were the only people I knew for all those years of my life. How else could I do a Christmas? So I went downtown to see my friends, and of course I wasn't going to use. I was positive I wasn't going to use, and within no time, just like we know, all of a sudden, I don't even know how it happened. I didn't plan for it, but all of a sudden there was drinks in front of me and dope in front of me, and the next thing you know, the sun's rising the next day and I'm still there.
Right.
And it's a pretty bad situation. And I remember what is really horrific about this thing is I bought these bright red, candy red boots that went way the heck up here.
Oh, I got a pair of those.
Yeah, right. And I was like trotting up and down the street trying to look all this and all that at Christmas time. And what happens is I go off on the bender, and now I'm so just heartbroken, and my family's heartbroken, and all I'm walking up and down the streets now trying to get money, right? And all I can see is my boots. Like that's all I see is the red boots. I just want the world to open up. I just want to die, right? So that was my year zero Christmas.
Gotcha.
And what I learned from that is if you do what you always did, you get what you always got, and that's exactly what happened to me. My very first sober Christmas was incredible. It was funny. I had not yet been totally immersed in the solution, but I managed to stay dry. And there was a lot of amazing things that were happening. And one of them was that, my kids were so excited. My kids were so thrilled that Mommy was sober, and that, we were going to have this Christmas. And I went crazy. I overcompensated. I spent every dime on the planet, because I was trying to make up for 14 Christmases.
Right.
There like the pile of presents under the tree was ridiculous, but it was just amazing.
I can identify with that.
Yeah, right. Just trying to, because you're trying to
overcompensate
for all those Christmases where Mommy wasn't there.
Feel you,
right. So now Mommy's here with a vengeance. Right.
Oh,
But I still remembered having a moment sitting around the Christmas dinner table, looking at my two boys with they're just so lit up. And we're having, a Christmas dinner, and there was we played Christmas music, we did all that stuff, and it was just phenomenal. And and I'm so grateful for that. Nice. So now, it's been a few Christmases,
right?
And I still get the same thrill out of it. I still do. I get the same thrill of it because my boys are not little boys anymore.
Sure.
They're in their 30s.
Right.
But they, when we're all together, I'm just so grateful that I'm blessed that, whatever that power is, saw fit that we could all still be there together. Not everybody gets that opportunity.
Not everybody.
So, I'm really, really grateful for that.
It's actually very difficult right now for a lot of people because they have the exact opposite.
Mm-hmm.
They have zero connection, and that's what we're hoping to do today is create some sort of form of connection, between Relating and Recovery and all the other platforms. But this is what we're hoping to do is to connect people with one another.
Absolutely. Right? I've heard it said that the opposite of addiction is connection.
Correct. John Harry.
And so that's really, and I really believe that because when I'm connected to people, when I'm connected spiritually, when I'm connected to the world around me, I'm okay.
1,000%.
But when I drift off and I start, what I am convinced of at this point is that when I start to sort of drift away and feel unhappy, it's because I've disconnected from my source, whatever that may be.
Right.
I've disconnected from it, and the worst things get is because it's the further away I am from it. Right.
Yeah.
And
And then we're not okay in that point.
Yeah.
I don't measure up. I'm not good enough.
Yes.
I totally relate to that.
And then my perception goes sideways too.
Yeah.
That this means this, and that means this, and this means that.
Oh, big time.
And I'm usually wrong. If not always.
Right.
Yeah,
Remember, that's the same brain, right?
Right.
Listening to the same brain that told you to do all those crazy things back then.
1,000%.
It's not always a great idea now either. Right?
What would you suggest, Kim? Anyone that maybe is celebrating, their first Christmas right now, and they're in these, we're in these challenges, we're in these different times, because they may be, we may perceive things as challenges, or we may perceive them as even as blessings, but. This is a unique Christmas. There's going to be a lot more separation than normal, and if someone's in early recovery, I believe you've helped quite a few young ladies in this journey. And, what would you tell the people that you sponsor, right now as to what behaviors to watch for and things to be conscious of?
There's a lot of stuff. One of the things that, one of the most important things is put your sobriety first before anything else. Because anything you put before your sobriety, you will lose.
Right.
So that's really, really important. If you, make new traditions. Make new traditions for yourself. You know, instead of getting drunk and jumping in the lake, polar bear swim, like, you know, something ridiculous like that. You know, get together and maybe do a guided meditation with people you care about in front of a fireplace or something.
Oh, that sounds
You
awesome.
know, like,
when are we going?
create new traditions, right?
Yeah.
You know, bookend certain things. Which, I mean, what that means is, especially if you have like issues with relatives and stuff like that, and sometimes you're obligated to be with the relatives, and there's you know, issues around that. Bookend it. Maybe call a sponsor or you know, somebody on the journey that has your best interests at heart before the event, and maybe right after the event.
Right.
You bookend
Bookend
it.
it,
So
right.
that really helps, because
like
the
that.
only thing you're thinking about is, oh, I can't wait to get out of here. I'm gonna call my sponsor. She's waiting for me. Whatever, right?
Right.
So that helps a lot. You know, make always don't be afraid to say, because you know you get the really exuberant people that will say, you know, have a drink, come on, have a drink, right? Or whatever, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid to say, I can't, I'm allergic. That's the best thing. Just say, I can't, I'm allergic. You say, I can't, I'm allergic, people will respect that. Yeah. If you try to give me peanuts and I say, no, I'm allergic to peanuts, you're not going to try to force me to have a peanut, right?
That's absolutely true.
So they're not going to force me to,
Right.
if I look at them in the face, I can't because I'm allergic. Because it's the truth.
Absolutely,
So,
it is the
you
truth,
know,
and then that's another great strategy that we've learned today on how to handle these situations when we come up against the wall in these situations, and you know, and here and it's funny because you said when we're disconnected from that power, and then of course the longer we're disconnected from that power, the harder it is to get back to the power. And I know for me, I try to stay on that beam, but the reality is I'm always just a hair above it or just a hair below it. That's my journey. I'm always right there, right? And I'm always seeking, and that allows me the freedom in my life still at this point, at this early stage of my journey. But that lock of power could be like instantaneous, and it could be like for a split second, as quick as a thought. So it's very important to heed this advice that you say, to have these strategies in place.
Yes,
because if I lose that power and I have a thought, that's all it can take to take me down and pull this thing down over on my head. I need to be able to have a plan in order to prevent that.
Absolutely. Don't ever forget that one of the biggest characteristics of our disease is something called a mental blank spot.
Yeah, it's scary.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? I can't, in that moment, I can't remember why I didn't want to do this stuff in the first place.
Can't even remember.
It doesn't come into my mind with enough force to stop me.
I love that.
Right?
It's so true.
So, yeah.
I love that you brought it up. I didn't mean I love the mental blank spot, because believe me, I do not. I have some history with that.
Me too, a little bit, right? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I, you know, on behalf of Relating in Recovery, Kim, you know, Dustin and I and Ryan and everyone else in the organization, we're really humbled and honored that you came out that's so close to Christmas. We know it's a busy time, and you know, we know that there's other challenges in our community, but you know, you're busy helping a lot of people do a lot of great things. So you know, we really just wanted to say thank you.
You know what, I wanted to say something too. My dad's a sober member of, you know, in recovery, and he always told me to watch what people do, right? And I've become a watcher at meetings, and one of the people I've watched is you. And I've had that privilege of seeing you in action and being of service to other ladies in the program, and I just want to say thank you for your service, and I admire your walk, and I'm watching, you know, because I'm learning, right?
Well, it keeps me on my toes when I know people are watching, so that's good.
So thank you, right? Yeah, I've learned a lot from you already in just a couple of years, and I haven't been around you as much as I'd like, right? But when I have been, I've just been in awe. You know, you have a presence about you, and you're so willing to give. So thank you.
Yeah.
God bless you both.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Thank you,
Kim.
guys.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Take care.
All right.
Hey,
that was another great segment.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's she's one of the sister fellowships, I think, Cocaine Anonymous.
Yeah.
Man, she knocked it out.
She's something else, man. She's a light.
Do you know she's like honestly, I know I've thrown this term around a lot today, but it's because of the guests we've had. Like, she is a spiritual giant, man.
Yeah.
She is walking, talking proof of how this program changes lives and transforms lives, man.
So humble too, right?
I know. Yeah.
I love it. We've had some incredible people on today. It's been a great day so far, and we got more incredible guests coming up right now.
How you feeling? It's been a long day.
Yeah, getting a little
How
tired.
are the eyes?
I don't know. How are the eyes?
Oh, I mean, are they heavy? Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
a little
know.
bit.
Yeah.
But it's all been worth it. It's been an amazing experience.
Yeah, it really has.
It's not done.
It really has, and it's not done. We're just getting warmed up. Let's welcome our next guest.
Yeah.
All right, introducing. If she can introduce herself, come on in. She's
in.
not a stranger to our show. She's been on our show before.
Yes.
You know, she brings a lot of great stuff.
Welcome back.
Hi,
Welcome
guys.
back.
Nice to see us.
Introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. My name's Jody, and I am a very grateful alcoholic.
Jody,
welcome
T.
back.
Yes.
Awesome. You look great.
Yeah, you look amazing.
Thank you. It's Christmas. You gotta
I
be in the
know.
spirit, right? I know it's a little early, but
Not really. We got a week. It's a week.
Yeah, exactly. But with everything going on, you know what? We all need this.
Yes.
We all absolutely need this, right? So,
Yeah, we find ourselves in a climate where we're being limited in our resources, right? And this is all about connection.
Absolutely.
You know, and you are a shining example of connection. You bring people together on a regular. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So we wanted so we did episode 6, season 1 together, right? And we talked to the kids. That was a powerful episode, and it generated a lot of conversations after that needed to be had. I'm sure it generated conversations in households all over. You know, and if anything, if nothing else, it invited more questions. You know, about what should we do and how should we do it, and you know, maybe this, maybe that, right? So it created dialogue.
Yeah.
You know, and that's huge.
Definitely.
So we thought it would be this being Christmas time, it'd be kind of fitting since all 3 of us are parents, and all 3 of us have the same Christmas, COVID Christmas, I guess we'd call it, right? The COVID Christmas.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You know, and we have there's financial challenges and all these things that we've touched on already.
Yeah.
You know, how does that look to you? How does that look to you, Jody? You know.
Well, being in the program is an absolute blessing, right? Because if I wasn't sober, I wouldn't have my son for Christmas to begin with.
Fair.
It is a little challenging. I am an only parent, so the financial burden, it's definitely a little bit more difficult. But I'm blessed with the community and the village around me, right? As we all are. This is our connection, right? We are each other's village.
Boom.
And it's amazing. The greatest gift is the fact that I understand the concept of time, right? Because here's
Teach
the
me,
thing.
please.
Right? Yeah. So it's amazing because as much as we want to buy and give and all of those things, at the end of the day, kids tell love by time, by the time we spent with them. And I would give up everything in the world just to have that time. That's all we need is the being present. It's not about the presents, it's the being present.
Oh, beautifully said. Be where your feet are. Be there for these guys. These
Absolutely.
Kids. Yeah. Imagine. What about you, Dust? How does this Christmas look to you, being a father, in that role, you know, in recovery?
It's just it's it's still early for me, right? This will be my 3rd sober Christmas. Third sober Christmas. Think about it. Sound guy's laughing at me.
I know. Well, that's true. Muhammad Ali said, "Don't count the days, make the days count."
Yeah. And I found prior to getting sober, what that looked like in comparison to what my last couple Christmases has looked like. Feeling a lot of gratitude at Christmas, right? Like last year, we got the presents tucked underneath the Christmas tree, and like I said, put the stuff out for Santa, and I just got overly emotional, and like Lacey and I, had to cry, right? Because of how different it is. This year with Ben, my oldest son. He's getting a little older. He's getting more aware, and we're trying to teach him those important values like Jody's talking about. And we this year he's getting one big present. We kind of touched on the financial aspect that there's a big present involved, and so the's not going to be so many little presents.
Ones, right.
And and he looked up at us and said, "You know what? It's like as long as we're all together."
Wow. Yeah.
And I knew that Lacey was doing a good job.
I'm thinking you're doing a good job, my friend.
Don't
sell yourself short.
I have an incredible wife who is an amazing mother, and she's teaching our boys some awesome stuff, right? And I'm trying to.
I think you're playing the humble pie a little too heavy, because you are an exceptionally good role model, and you're teaching these boys an amazing thing here.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
We get to be an example strictly by living this program.
Well, and it all rolls together. You guys are all the glue now that holds the family together, and being sober and being present and having that ability of the calmness. And we know what it was like being alcoholics, being in turmoil on a constant, not having money, financial strain, and all of that plays on the emotion of our children, right?
Oh, yeah,
So
totally.
it's a 360 for all of us that we get to not just the gifts of that. It's also the calmness in the home, the love, the serenity, and the glue that holds the family together is everybody now. It's not just based on one person, right?
It's beautiful. I remember counting those nickels and the dimes, and I thought I was doing it for my children's gifts, but at the end of the day, I still found myself at the liquor store on Christmas Eve. You know, I have $9. I can get this.
Yeah,
just the insanity, right?
Lacey and I were talking about it today. You know, not having enough or not having very much under the Christmas tree, but I had what I needed in that moment, right? You know, I got my dope and I got my booze, but you know, everyone else is going short, right? So to not be living in that life anymore is just so grateful.
So proud.
Right? So grateful.
I actually enjoyed Christmas shopping the day before Christmas. Not now, because that's when I can figure out how much money I actually have left instead of spending it on the booze. It's because I actually like going out and enjoying the hustle and the bustle. I'm done Christmas shopping, don't get me wrong, but I still like to go out on the 24th because now it's the hustle and bustle and seeing the people and being around people. And you know, even I'm not out there to buy anything. I'm out there to hold the door for somebody else.
Connection. More connection.
More connection.
Like, isn't this what this is?
Yeah.
Isn't that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Connection,
Absolutely.
right? And it creates hope as a byproduct. I love it, man.
It's awesome.
So, you know, like we had the boys on for that show to touch on like what they remembered, and it was powerful, right? I was hoping that we could have the boys on again today to talk a little bit about Christmas. I realize that Jaden doesn't have a lot of recollection of the active addiction, but he certainly has recollection of early recovery and what Christmases have been like as they've evolved.
Absolutely.
And what it means to him when he's in an environment when other people might be drinking, because your family members are not immune. They may not be wired like us. So what kind of feelings come out in the children when when they see this, right? Even though they may not understand that they don't, you know, they can drink with impunity. They can have one glass and put it down and not drink until May 24, right?
Yeah.
Unlike you and I, we would, you know, end up in Jamaica and on a beach and not know how we got there.
Jamaica.
unless you hit in the cargo of the plane or something.
Exactly.
You know,
Exactly.
which isn't out of the question in one of our blackouts, right?
No, absolutely not.
Crazier things have happened, right?
Yes.
So what do you think?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Back on?
Yeah, you
I think
think that's a good idea?
I think so.
All right, so let's have him in. Maybe you want to shoot over a little bit, then we'll have the guys come in.
Yeah, let's have Jaden and Noah back in. Come on, guys.
Come on in, guys. First of all, Merry Christmas, eh? You excited?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
What's the most exciting part about Christmas?
Being with like your family and stuff.
Wow. I'm digging the answers today. You guys don't want to, yeah? What are you going to say? Presents?
No.
Stockings? Chocolate?
No.
Hot chocolate?
No.
What's my favorite part about it?
Fun.
Fun.
Nice.
I'm digging it. It's awesome. It's awesome. So we wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about, just about feelings, right? You good with that?
Yeah.
You feel relaxed? Yeah? Okay, well, welcome, my little buddy. Do you want to introduce yourself?
I don't know.
Would you know what's your name?
Noah.
Welcome, Noah.
My name is Jaden.
Hi, Jaden. Welcome, buddy.
I did.
Yeah, I know. Try to pretend there's no cameras here and there's no microphones, right? You're just
Okay.
here. You're just here with me, and you're here with Jaden and all right, and Jody. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna ask you some truth questions. So when I don't know, about a little over 4 years ago, maybe let's say 5 years ago, you would have been about 6 or 7 years old. Your dad was still drinking heavily. Do you have any recollection of those Christmases at all?
No, not really.
No, so that they're sort of just a thing of the past. Now you've had a few years of Christmases without alcohol. Yeah. Well, that's fantastic. I love this news, and this is actually really good for anyone listening. So Noah was 5 or 6 years old. The last alcoholic active alcoholic drinking, and he's now 11 years old, and he doesn't have any recollection of that.
Yeah.
It's actually really good, and it could provide some hope if you are holding on to this feeling of guilt.
Can we do that?
Yeah, it's amazing. Thank you for that, Noah. And it's actually Kim touched on it on the last episode about how she was overcompensating at Christmas to make up for her children's to what she feels like she did to these children, and this gives everyone an opportunity to see it a little differently, you know. When I first got sober, Noah, I was 2 months sober at our Christmas. We were in that house in behind the Alano Club. I lived with that guy Wayne. And we put up the Christmas tree in the back, and we had there were lights everywhere, you know. And I remember, and Nana was still with us then, and she was visiting, and she was upstairs with your mom balling my socks. I don't know if you remember that, but I remember Christmas morning quite vividly, right? I don't know if you remember that first Christmas that I was sober. Do you remember that one? Do you remember it? Like we had, I remember walking down, and I remember Santa Claus had come. And there was like hundreds of presents. Yeah.
Yeah.
What did that feel like? Because I don't think you'd experienced anything like that before.
I did not.
No, there were a lot of Christmases where you didn't really get a whole lot under that tree, eh? Yeah. That was there were some lean times, but now they're different, right? The story's different. You know? What do you feel like when you're around when we're around different environments and other people are celebrating, and you realize that I can't drink, but other adults can. How does that make you feel? You know, at Christmas time, it's a thing, right? You know that your Uncle Warren and your Papa, and you know that these people, and you know that. Sorry, I'm only laughing because Uncle Warren's our sound engineer. He's right over here. I'm not putting him on the spot at all, but they, but they can drink with impunity. They can drink and they can put it down, and that's just not your dad's story. But how does that make you feel is there a fear that your dad will start drinking? Is there a fear in how it makes you feel?
There is a fear.
Well, yeah, explain that.
I don't know really how to explain it though.
It just doesn't feel right?
Yeah.
Right, because you just don't really understand yet. Yeah. All right. And we just wanted to have you on here so maybe someone else out there could hear. What's Christmas like for you today?
It's very exciting, happy.
Exciting and happy, even in these COVID times.
Yes.
Yeah? Nice. Well, thank you very much for your honesty. I love you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you too.
Yeah. Jody.
That's awesome. Hey, dude.
Hi.
So actually, Jay asked Noah a really cool question. I want to ask you the same kind of question. I know we spend a lot of Christmases at Grandma and Grandpa's house, right? Now that we're back in Durham region, and we didn't get an opportunity to do that when we were up north because we were kind of stuck up there, right?
Fair enough, right.
So now that we're home, and we do call this place home, right?
Mm-hmm.
We get an opportunity to be with Grandma and Grandpa at Christmas, right? And but Jay had asked because everybody else in the family drinks, right? Like Grandma and Grandpa have a drink and stuff like that. Do you ever worry about Mom picking up a drink or?
No, not really.
No, I run a pretty strong program, don't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I try. Absolutely, I try. And in trying, I try to give you the best Christmases that we can. Like, I know it's just me and you, and it's not easy. Mom gets stressed out sometimes, but I definitely do try to give you Christmases that you'll remember and memories, right? That was kind of the snowboarding present we did the last year with Evan. That was fantastic.
Yeah.
But, well, I'm glad you don't have a fear of me picking up a drink. At least I know for me, that tells me that you know I'm working hard for my sobriety, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I do that for you as well. I do it for myself first and foremost.
Of course.
We have to.
Right.
But I definitely, you're a big factor. You're the benefactor of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. What are Christmases like for you? I know.
It's like I'm just spending time with like all of our families and stuff.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it, buddy.
Yeah. And that's just it. Like, we work hard together as a team.
Mm-hmm.
In sobriety, you come with me to my meetings.
Yeah.
And it's been hard with COVID. It'll be a little different. And I know this year with with the possibility that some of us can't be with all of our families
Right.
the way we would like to.
Right.
I actually think this is going to be one of the years that we're going to be able to do some volunteer. And we might, because if we're going to be home with COVID, I know that the Alano Club's going to be open. And I think we're going to go spend some time there and
Fantastic.
do that this year.
Good stuff, guys.
Yeah, so
Good
give back,
stuff.
right?
Give back.
Yeah.
Give back. Well, awesome, guys. Awesome, you know. And this is a shining example of like what recovery has done for us in this short, for me in this very short period of time. You know, as I've grown and changed and evolved in this program, so has Noah. And as a byproduct, you know, he's excited for Christmas and happy for Christmas, despite what the world around him is telling him he's supposed to feel.
Absolutely.
You know, this is fantastic. And Jaden, I love the suit, matching your mom's dress. For those of you who's just listening, it's one of these like ugly Christmas sweater suits, head to toe, with the stocking on top. Yeah, looks amazing. Yeah,
I don't know how I managed to bribe him on that.
and Noah and I are sporting our relating and recovery hoodies, represent.
Yeah, absolutely. Wait, can I buy you one of those? Will you wear one of those hoodies?
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I already said I would wear a black one.
Okay, cool.
Black one it is.
Put me down for one of those, please.
Awesome. You better believe it. So thank you so much for coming. You know, Christmas is just a short period of time away. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have some connection. We're gonna spend some time together, all of us.
Absolutely.
You know, you're gonna have that. Dustin's gonna have with his family,
and
and Warren, of course, and Jordan, our videographer for the day, he's gonna be with his family. You know, and connection.
Absolutely.
All right, so have a beautiful afternoon. I'll see you a little bit later, okay? All right, thanks, man. Yeah, Jody, thank you. Actually, let's see if we can get Dustin coming back in for a sec. You know? How was that? What do you think about that?
Very cool.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I think it's important for everyone out there to realize, you know, as we recover, our children recover.
Our families recover.
Our families recover. Right?
Absolutely.
You know?
I know it's a shock. I know it was for me, right? That you know, we get sober and there's so much more once we get sober that we find out, right? That it's not just us that's hurting, you know, our family's hurting and all the other, the wreckage of the past.
It's crazy. You know? It's crazy.
And then, you know, we get a chance to heal that, right? And I don't know about you, but these Christmases mean so much more to me now in sobriety than ever before, right?
I know my family has said to me directly, my parents, and they've said directly that the best gift they've ever been given was my sobriety.
I can identify with that right now with Ashley.
Yeah.
I've never felt like I've had a better gift in my life.
Absolutely.
You know? And then I just had that moment with Noah. So
yeah, I agree.
All right, this has been awesome. I think it's I can't thank you enough. Like, this is Jody.
So honored to be here again, guys. Absolutely.
Thank you so
I'm
much
very
for
proud of
coming.
both of you and
awesome. You have yourself the most amazing Christmas ever.
And Jody will be back season 2.
Yeah, season 2.
I look forward to it, and I wish all of your families an amazing, blessed Christmas.
Thank you very much. We love you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Fantastic.
Thanks, Jody.
Right. Oh, it's always emotional when we bring the kids out, eh?
For sure.
You know, a cool camera trick, by the way.
Yeah, I just like flipped it. Yeah,
Hollywood magic.
Yeah,
I love it.
Right on. So who's up next?
We got Julie, my friend Julie. You met
She here?
Julie? Yeah, I think she's here. Yeah, right on. Come on in.
Come
Merry
on in,
Christmas,
Julie.
Julie. Welcome. Welcome to the Relating and Recovery podcast, Christmas special.
Thank you so much.
Really
Thank
honored
you.
and really blessed that you could come join us today.
I'm so happy to be here. Thank you. Thank you.
It's an interesting Christmas, eh?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Lots of different moving parts, and you know, how you feeling? Feeling good or what?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Better than ever, to be honest.
Better than ever.
Yeah.
I love
yeah,
it. Why?
yeah.
What's different about this year than years past?
Well, I'm in a much better place because I'm staying connected with my higher power. I've been working the steps. You know, I'm just active in the program, so you know, I've built a lot of really healthy relationships that are supporting me.
They're real things, people.
Yeah, I'm feeling good about myself, you know.
Oh, self-esteem.
Self-esteem's coming. Yeah, that's pretty good. That helps. Yeah.
That's amazing.
I'm working, so, you know, I'm able to provide the things I want for my children, so
oh,
things are
man.
good.
Things sound really good.
Yeah.
Really good. But I guess it wasn't always that way at Christmas,
No.
especially at Christmas.
Oh no, I've definitely had some challenges. Like, this is actually my 5th Christmas sober, but I only have 20 months continuous sobriety. So
Okay.
I have been going at this for about 5 years.
Okay.
And the first few Christmases were pretty tough. Like, I wasn't doing all the things. Like, I didn't have a sponsor because I was having trouble with trusting people.
Right.
So it took me a while to really fully integrate into the program and to build those relationships because I had such a difficult time trusting people.
Right.
So I think that really was not helpful for me in the beginning of my sobriety because I wasn't used to reaching out to people the way that I am now. So when I was having challenges, resentments, all that kind of stuff, or just like, I still had the restlessness in the beginning.
Right.
You know, it was just really irritable and things like that. So I did end up drinking shortly after the first Christmas. Yeah. I think I got through the Christmas, and then it was like December 28th and I drank. And it was a relapse.
What happened there?
Oh, it was just, you know, it was like how it usually was when I drank, which was like a total nightmare. Yeah. So it was a friend's birthday, and I just planned to go to her place to bring her a gift before the other guests showed up. And I intended on leaving, but, you know, she had some drinks there, and I thought, well, you know, what would it hurt to have 2?
Oh,
right?
What would it hurt?
I know.
I had to look at you, Dustin, because
I know.
we get
it was the insanity, right? Like, but I had a few months under my belt, you know, but it's just so, I just wasn't doing all the things. So I just thought, okay, I'll have 2. And then I'll leave when everybody else gets here. But then when everybody else got there, I was like, okay, well, I'll just stay until the limo comes. And then when the limo came, I was like, I thought I should call Keys to Us, but I was already so intoxicated by that point, I wasn't even able to do that.
Right.
So I was like, well, I might as well get in the limo. And I did. And it was just, you know, it was just like it is every time. Like, it's a progressive disease. So, like, it truly tricked me to think that, I mean, I guess I could, you know, just keep it casual that night, but it didn't happen. So
Right.
within probably being like an hour at the club, I was fighting with the girls that I had went with. And I was kicked out of the club in Toronto. And again, like, I've lost my wallet. My purse is in the club. All the girls that I went with, I'm like at war with now. I can't go back in there. I'm out on the side of the street in the cold, you know. I don't have a phone. I don't even have my phone. I don't have my, like I said, my wallet, all my kids' ID. I had brought my passport with. I really wasn't prepared to go to the bar, but I did end up there, of course, right?
Right.
So, like, I had stuff with me that I shouldn't have had. Yeah, like my kids' ID. Yeah, it's crazy. So there I am on the street, and like, it was a physical altercation. So I was beat up, you know, and luckily there was a cab like right outside of the club, and I was just like, can I use your phone? I don't have $1, right? And there's no way they're not letting me back in that club. Like, I'm kicked out. So the cab was like gracious enough to let me use his phone, and I used his phone, and I had to call my husband again and be like, I'm stranded. You know, like, I'm kicked out again. I'm beat up again, you know, like, can you pay for my cab, right? And it's just like, this is what my drinking was like. This is what my relapsing was like. Like, it never got any better, right? So I just remember being like, I was in the cab and I was just like laying down because I was so ill from how much I drank so quickly, right? And I had to have the cab roll down all the windows. This is like freezing, right? It's freezing out. And
December, yeah.
And I was sick, and I was afraid to be sick in his car. My husband paid the cab, and, you know, I was just like, back to the program. Like, I got to get this figured out because it's life or death for me. This is what it's like when I drink. Like, there's no more good times for me at all. Like, it's spinning the wheel of misfortune. Like, what kind of trouble am I going to get in? Who am I going to hurt? How badly am I going to get hurt? Am I going to live? Like, it's just no fun anymore for me, really, truly. So, so like within a couple of months of working at the program, I decided to commit to a big book study on Saturdays. And it was just shortly after I was on my way into that big book study, and I looked on my phone, and and I see rest in peace to this girl that I was with that night. Rest in peace, rest in peace. I was like, on my way into meeting to the big book study, she was the last girl I relapsed with. She's a mother like me. She's got 3 kids like me. She's just 2 years younger than me, and she's never going to see her kids again, you know? And I'm heading into a meeting, and I'm like looking at it up to the sky like, oh my God, like, thank you, God, like, for giving me this grace that I am here heading into a meeting, and that like my kids aren't going to get that call that they're never going to see their mom again, you know? So like, thank God for sobriety, thank God for AA. You know, I just couldn't do it without the program. Even being in the program for a long time, like it was still hard for me, you know? I was still making my mistakes and stuff, because I said it took a while for me to integrate and to get used to it and get used to trusting people and get used to reaching out to people, because I didn't do that before. So, you know,
that 4-letter word, help.
Yeah, it was really hard.
1,000-pound word.
Yeah, I wasn't used to it. I always wanted to help others, but like wouldn't ask for help. So
I want to say thank you for your honesty. I know it's very difficult for you and very raw.
Yeah, for sure.
And at the same time, earth shattering and shift. There's a shift, right?
Yeah.
When we have these moments in our lives, for me, when I've had these moments in my life, I can look back at them now and say that was a game changer for me.
Yeah, I was thinking that game changer, like that just, it will, you know, like so many of those happen when you come into the program. Like you have so many glimpses, you know, of like your higher power showing you, like when you're on the right track. Like, and bless her soul and God bless her, you know, like, but I know that I just get so much confirmation that this is just not an option for me to not be in this program.
Thank you so much, Julie, for coming today. On behalf of Dustin and I in Relating Recovery, we want to wish you an incredibly Merry Christmas, because it sounds to me like this Christmas is going to be really special.
Definitely.
You know, we don't want to live in the past, but at the same time, we don't want to forget it, right?
Yeah,
and
so true.
You got to use it.
You got to
so
use
key.
it. So thank you super much.
Thank you.
And I appreciate your time.
Thank
Have
you so
yourself
much,
a Merry
guys.
Christmas.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Okay.
It's wild.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Julie.
Thanks,
All right. Wow, that was powerful.
And the reason I think that we find it even more powerful is because we can identify.
Yeah.
You know, so many of us listening can identify.
Similar
You
experiences.
know, hundreds and hundreds of different, but the same types of experiences.
Yeah.
Right?
I have similar experiences to Julie that have helped hammer home that desperation with me. Right.
Right.
You know, of like she says, right, where we don't have a choice, right?
And
I don't have a choice.
And the one thing we got to reiterate here was that was a few days after Christmas. She didn't drink during the actual, you know, the celebration with the family and the lead up with the stresses with the shopping and all those other things where it only takes, you know, a thought to take us back out. She got through that.
Yeah.
Maybe let her guard down. I don't know, right? This disease is insidious.
Yeah. But
You know?
it's something to keep in the back of your mind. Right?
You know who has a history with understanding this insidious disease? Our next guest.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's one of my closest friends, man. And he's a beacon of hope to so many people.
The best smile around.
Oh
too.
my God, his smile's amazing.
Let's get him in here.
All right.
He's here.
Hey, come on in. Welcome. Merry Christmas. Thanks for coming.
Merry Christmas.
All right.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Good to see you, bud.
Good to see you too.
Introduce yourself, my brother.
My name is Wim and I'm an alcoholic.
Hey, Wim. How you doing, bud?
Good.
Feeling a little nervous?
Yeah, a little nervous, a little hot, you know.
A little hot under the collar, yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay. You
It's
know,
all right.
that's how, you know, that just means you're feeling, right?
Right.
You know?
It's a good thing I can feel today.
It wasn't always the case,
No,
right?
it wasn't always like that.
Right?
Absolutely not, no.
You know, so I guess you've had a couple, what, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 sober Christmases now.
I had 5 in total, but then I had a slip, but I was, 5, I'm almost 4 years sober. So,
Fantastic, brother. And it shows, man. You look amazing.
I feel good. It's life is good.
Yeah. And you, I guess before that, do you remember ever having a sober Christmas since you were a kid or what?
Yes, when I was a kid, yes.
When you were a kid, yeah.
You know, the anxiety of knowing that the store would be closed, that I wouldn't be able to go and get something to drink. I had to make sure I had enough. And without putting strain on my family so that they would see what was all coming in. So you would try to hide it, and you had very a lot of times that I would say, okay, I'm not going to drink today. It's Christmas. The family is going to come over. I'm going to be fine. But I would just make side trips to the garage or to the basement,
the bathroom,
and the bathroom.
Yeah,
and,
duck under here behind the counter.
Yeah,
I'm just laughing because I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. So
what's that smell?
Yeah, what is that smell?
It's the new kind. It's the chocolate. So I was
And
eating the Black Diamond chocolate.
You know, and before the kids would go home, I would be already sleeping. Like,
sure, yeah.
You know, I had already, or not enough, but I would fall asleep, and I would just separate myself from the whole festivity that we were having. So yeah.
What's it like today?
Today it's just so different.
How so?
Today I am aware. My grandchildren are a very big part in my life. They, you know, they love to be there, and just to see their faces when they open presents, and just the whole Christmas feeling is just so different. I'm blessed. I'm blessed to have my grandchildren and my family all together at Christmas, and it will be different this year, but it's the other Christmas so far has been very good.
I'm dying to say this. They're blessed to have you this Christmas.
Yes. Yeah, they are too. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. You know, what do you think are the challenges that you're facing? You know, this COVID Christmas that may not have been present in the past in sobriety.
In sobriety, the challenges is well, some of the kids you won't be able to see because they go to school. It's a little difficult because my wife is more vulnerable of getting the. So there's all conscious. You have to be conscious of how you're going to do it, but everything is in place, and I think we are going to be okay because the kids are going to be off school, and they're going to be in quarantine for 14 days, and then we're just going to have the Christmas at the end of the month, or maybe in January.
Right.
So that we can all get all together.
Right.
So yeah, it's a different Christmas, but no, it's. I don't see it as a problem.
What do you do? What do you do to prepare yourself for the holidays in these types of environment, like COVID or not COVID? What do you do when there's going to be there's new stresses, there's extra stressors, there's more feelings that come up. We, like Glenn mentioned earlier in the show today, that we attach a meaning to this stuff, and and I think Alex touched on it too. Like, what do you do to prepare?
To prepare is you make sure, like, when we get groceries and everything in the house, you make sure that you, instead of booze, you make sure you have your food and everything in place. And yeah, it's everybody gets excited. So you're planning now already when you're going to do it, because you have to consider that the kids from my daughter going to school. They are going in quarantine, so you're going to be having Christmas in January. So is it stressful? No, I don't think it is stressful. It's just
like Joe.
We got no other choice.
Joe T touched on it this morning. It's just different this year.
Yeah, it's just different.
We have to just adapt, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. And since I'm sober, it's easier to adapt and to make changes.
We just consciously know.
Consciously, we know that we have to make, and we just make those changes, and it seems to be easier for me. Before, it would be a real big ordeal. Like I would make the thing bigger than it really was.
Mountain out of a molehill, for sure.
Right.
Yeah, we can complicate a 2-car parade. Though.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Glass of water. I can complicate that, I tell you. There's no doubt.
No.
Yeah, no doubt. So, if you had a message right now you give the newcomer or somebody that's even got 25 years sobriety, what would your Christmas message be going into the holidays in recovery under today's climate?
To be patient, to stay patient, and we're going to get through this. And I think we can have still a very good Christmas in 2020.
Love it.
And for everybody. And the suffering alcoholic or addict still out there, please come and talk to us.
Amen.
Come and join us.
You're not
Come
alone.
and join us.
You
You're
know?
not alone. We can help you.
You know, you can find, you can reach out to Wim through the Facebook group Relating in Recovery. You can find that on the website www.relatingandrecovery.com.
Okay. And myself and Jay.
As well as us, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wim, thank you on behalf of everyone here at
You're
RR,
welcome.
man. Thank you for coming out. Merry Christmas to you and your wife, Cecile.
Thank you.
How
Thank
is
you.
Cecile doing?
She's doing good.
All right, send her my love.
Yeah,
I
send
will.
her- Send her our love.
Send her our
Yeah.
love.
Thank
Awesome,
you.
buddy.
Thank you
Thanks,
for
my
having
brother.
me.
Thank you very much. Awesome.
All right. All right. So we have our next guest in the studio. If you want to come in, well, introduce yourself. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
So, well, because of your voice, we'll have to get you to talk right into the.
Oh.
All right. You want to introduce yourself?
I'm Leslie.
This is so Leslie. You were together with my brother Jay for a long time, right?
Yeah.
And so we have some interesting stuff that we could touch on. Because Jay got sober 4 years ago.
Yeah.
It was just after Halloween, right? And so you were with Jay his first sober Christmas, and so
Yes.
obviously things were pretty hard prior to that.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Some pretty rocky Christmases, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was challenging. Like, if he didn't get his way, he didn't get his drink. The tree came down that day, and it was Christmas Day, and I'm like, it's okay, and now it's done. We don't have to do it later.
Wow.
Trying to, let the kids know it's done.
Yeah.
Look how fast he did it.
So you were trying, during that time when Jay was in active addiction, you were just trying to hold it all together, right?
Yeah.
Definitely. And so here comes Jay finally finds the program, a program of Alcoholics Anonymous, and he gets sober. And so his first Christmas, what was that like?
That was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the tree was done up nice. There's proper gifts. And there wasn't any worry of disaster control.
Yeah.
And I didn't have to worry about having to take care of him when he passed out or anything. And he was awake for the whole day.
Yeah, amazing, right? So one thing I want to touch on is that you and Jay, since Jay's recovery, you guys have become friends. And become allies, right? In taking care of Noah and parenting Noah.
Yes.
But it wasn't always like that, was it?
No.
So it was, you guys were at odds for a long time?
Yeah, he would have his supervised visits and whatnot, and I'd be very careful of when he had him and go get him the odd time. But now I have no worries, and there's no set schedule of when he can have him. He can, if he wants him, come get him, and he always just comes and gets him whenever.
Amazing. And would you say your friendship and your relationship with him has improved throughout the last 4 years?
Yes, we were like frenemies for a while.
Frenemies?
Yeah. And now we're just friends, and we parent way better now with him being sober. Yeah.
Together, yeah. Yeah, because I didn't know Jay 4 years ago. I met him about 2.5 years ago, and it's always been amazing to me to watch you guys co-parent Noah together, right?
Yeah.
And it's always been said to me that that's a byproduct of recovery.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that.
Because it wasn't always that way, right?
Oh no.
Wow. So you've been through a lot over the years.
Yeah.
And one thing I could touch on, you come to our meetings too.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, right?
Yes.
So I have the meetings been beneficial to you as well, personally, or?
I like going to them the odd time, like here and there. But I think it's what I was suggested to go to is Helena.
Yeah.
And that was suggested by Jay, and he was like, because then he could work on forgiving me. And that is like stuck in my head now, and I'm like, dude, I carry this heavy burden and I have to learn how to forgive him. And I have to figure that out. But I'm proud of how he is right now and stuff. That I didn't realize I didn't forgive him yet. And I just still, I don't know, co-parent well.
Yeah. And so is that something that you like you plan on going to more meetings, or are you just
I gotta figure out how to do that, yeah. To learn how to forgive him. Oh, I can't even say it. Sure.
That's okay.
But I think it's a good step.
And if you were gonna talk to maybe someone else that was in your position when you were Jay was still in active addiction, you know, if there's someone out there struggling right now the way that you were, you know, what would you share with them?
Well, because I wasn't raised in that environment and I wasn't aware that drinking too much was an issue. I actually Googled it and AA popped up. So I figure if you have any questions about it, you can Google it.
Yeah. Just.
And then they give you a number. And it was funny because when I did it to Jay, it was Sunday morning. I had somebody come over. And it was kind of like an intervention thing because it was before the beer store opened.
So you called the
A line.
A line. Okay. And
He does that phone. He waits for the calls to come in, and I say just grab a page out of the white book and start cold calling.
Wow. And so you were his first connection to that, right?
Yeah.
You got him to call, and somebody came to
I
visit.
called for him.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing. Wow. That's incredible.
But yeah, like I didn't know he would ever quit.
You didn't expect it?
No. No.
Wow. And how amazing how different life is today.
Oh, for sure. And he looks different. Like his face is different. He looks healthier and better and still talks a lot.
You can't make this stuff up. That was beautiful. That's amazing. Well, thank you so much for sharing with us.
Yeah.
And Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
I give you a hug.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Les.
You're welcome.
Stuff. That was awesome.
Was it?
Yeah.
I had to step away because I was who she was referring to. We gave her a little chance to be honest, eh?
We were talking about you. Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
It was really cool.
She threw me under the bus for real.
A little bit. A little bit. Yeah.
You know what? I should have been. You know. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't pleasant. You know, for many years.
Yeah, and you know what? I think there's some, you know, the whole idea of experience, strength, and hope, right? Is she can share her story and maybe give someone else hope hearing that, right? That she's made it through that storm, and that things now today are better than ever.
Right. I mean, I remember throwing the Christmas tree off a balcony and all these goodies, you know.
Yeah, she mentioned that actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you know, I guess this is our last guest of the day. Last but certainly not least.
You know what? This is like this, and it's funny because he was probably the second person here at like 7 this morning. Right? And now it's nighttime here in his home in the living room.
He's been behind the camera all day, working so hard for us, and it's time to have him on.
Yeah. Now entering the ring.
Here we go. Yes. Jordan.
What's up?
What's up, brother? Yes.
Introduce yourself.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Yes. Yes. Who are you?
My name is Jordan. I'm a drug addict, and I have a whole bunch of other problems that you don't want to hear about.
Oh man, I kind of want to hear about every one of them, every single one.
Get them talking about these.
Yeah, it's been said that we like to talk about ourselves. No.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. My wife would agree with you.
Yeah. Yeah, your wife's amazing.
Yeah, and
Diana.
your ex said you didn't stop talking even when you got clean. So
I talked more.
So here's an idea. You've been you've had a different angle on this whole day because you've been behind the camera.
Yeah.
What what have you thought so far? Some powerful sharing going on today about the disease of alcoholism, addiction, and recovery. It's I think it worked out pretty good, eh?
Yeah, it was great. There was everybody seemed to talk about something different. A lot of different life perspectives, people's addictions, codependence, people affected by. It was really great. I was thinking while I was listening, in relation to Christmas, how that related to my life. And what I was listening to, a lot of people, they were talking about, the triggers that happen for people in early recovery, things to be wary of. But what I was thinking of was a little opposite. So when I got clean, I remember, I missed all these Christmases when I was using.
Right.
And, I was there, but I wasn't there. I was at my family dinners. But when I was at the family dinners, I wasn't present because I was just thinking about when am I going to go get high? When is this going to be over?
Yeah.
When am I going to get the card? How much money is going to be inside of it?
Oh, I can identify.
And when I got clean, I'm thinking back to all those crappy ones. And then I'm like, well, what's Christmas going to be like this year when I'm not using drugs? And then I started thinking before, right? Like what happened before I started using? And I'm thinking back to this one Christmas with my grandma. And my grandma was like a devout Christian, and she did regular Christmas, but then she did Christmas in the summer. And she always did, I don't know, I never really understood, but she always said, oh, Jesus was born in the summer or something like that. So where the Star of David was, or so, she had some theory. So every summer she would take us camping for like a month across British Columbia. When she took me and my sisters, every time she took us, one of the days she would send us down to the lake. We never knew what day it was going to be. And we'd come back and she'd have Christmas trees set up at her campsite, an RV that she'd hid this thing, this tree in the shower or whatever, and set it up and had presents and did this whole thing. She's like, Happy Jesus Day.
Jesus, take the wheel.
Yeah. and I remember
Shout out to Ryan.
being exhilarated in this thing I'm looking forward to and this excitement. And I'm like, well, that's the feeling I'm going to have at Christmas when I'm not using, because that's the feeling it was. And,
right.
And then Christmas happened, and I didn't have kids at the time. And Christmas happened, and it was okay. I was clean. My family was happy that I was there, but it was somewhat anticlimactic. And I think I put a lot of expectations on what something's supposed to be based on my past of what it is. And the problem with that is that, when a moment's gone, it's gone forever. And in recovery, it was a really dangerous thing for me to try to relive moments and experiences that can no longer happen.
Yeah.
And, so instead of me looking, encouraging people that are new in recovery to, try to have great Christmases or be excited because they're clean. It's about, this is a new year. It's a Christmas that's never happened. It's a day that's never happened before in your life. Yeah. We're not recreating something. When we get clean, we're not recreating our life. We're not recreating experiences that we had. We're making new ones. We're completely different people than I was yesterday.
Wow.
And so Christmas can be anything it wants. My family tradition was doing fondues. I don't do fondues with my kids. I do something completely different with my kids.
Right.
And it's an Anderson family tradition instead of a Scott family tradition, which is what my parents had. And it's really great because there's no expectations, because it's never happened.
Yeah.
If it's great, it's great. If it's not, it's not. And it reminds me of my sponsor always says, a good day is when a great day is when everything goes my way, and a good day is when a good day is when everything goes my way. A great day is when everything turns to complete dog shit and I don't pick up. So no matter what my Christmas looks like, I'm on the right side of the dirt. I got good people around me. You know, whether I get great presents or crappy presents, or dinner, you know, turns out really great, or I burn the turkey, or you know, or whatever happens, it's a pretty amazing experience because it's an experience I've never had before.
Amen.
With people in a moment I've never had before, in a time I've never had before. You know, and as long as I stay on that, it's a really beautiful thing. And I think removing that expectation of what it has to be in recovery really helps people, because the basic text of NAO says that an expectation is a predetermined resentment.
Right.
And you know, maybe against myself, maybe against the holiday. And one thing that stood out to me today was Glenn was talking about the attachment.
Yeah.
And, you know, and to a day, which is funny because it's a day that's never happened before.
Yeah.
It's Christmas 2020, not Christmas, you know, 1982, right?
Right.
This is a brand new Christmas. So attaching something to that, you know, is almost like getting into a new relationship and then putting all the crap and baggage from your ex onto your new partner before the relationship starts and being like, let's start with this mess, right?
Yeah.
I mean, let's just make it a new Christmas. And, you know, and if I have good people and I have a sponsor in my life, or I have you know, some decent plan, I don't have to worry about getting high because it's just another day. All I have to do is make it the next 24 hours on Christmas Day until I go to bed, and I'm good. The same plan that I had the day before.
Yes.
And the day before. Get up, pray, connect with other people, do something to spiritually ground myself, you know, and I should be okay. I don't need a big, intricate plan. I just need to do what I did the day before.
Thank you so much for simplifying that.
Yeah.
You know, for these people that were listening just now to that was incredibly amazing, man.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's amazing like that. Just we touched on it earlier in the season talking about perspective, right? And I think we had, well, it's based in expectation, right? You know, society's telling us one thing, you know, it's like, this is going to be the best Christmas ever. You got to go to Best Buy. You got to get this, you got to get that. You got to, you know, do all these things, but what do we really have to do, right? For us guys, I know we got to stay sober, right? And we got to be in the now with our family, right? Yeah. And having that change, like just the way you said that, it shifted my perspective. It was just like, you know, I haven't seen this Christmas yet. I don't know what it's going to be like. Yeah. Right. And so, as it relates to today, right? COVID-19, you know, who says this Christmas can't be the best Christmas yet? Right?
I love it.
Yeah. Well, my kids will be home.
Yeah.
Because they can't go anywhere.
Right.
I got a 13-year-old. On Christmas Day, he wants to open his presents and then take off with his friends. Normally, right? This year, I get him. I got him on lockdown. Right? I got all my kids on lockdown. My family's all there. We're going to have time together regardless because of COVID. So sometimes it's you know, I mean, it's easy to take something that's not, that seems like a deficit and turn it into an attribute. And we do that in our step work.
Yeah.
We do, you know, all the time, right? Oh, so, you were a drug dealer. No. I was a pharmaceutical representative. I was a ghetto entrepreneur, right? What skills did I learn in that job that I can take forward with me? We learn how to flip the script. So Christmas, yes, will be under COVID. It'll be under lockdown, but I mean, that's going to have some really amazing things too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
As long as everyone stays safe, it's going to be a great Christmas.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's sweet. I love the way you put that.
Hey, me too, man. That was great. So, on behalf of Relating and Recovery, brother, and Dustin, myself, Ryan, Warren, you know, Merry Christmas, bro.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, man.
It was a great day.
Yeah.
It was a great day.
And Merry Christmas to that gorgeous looking mustache as well.
Yeah.
It's fancy. I had to wear a mask just to like make it look like that. Right?
And I have another and another. And another, and another.
I've seen all of those.
There you go.
Today.
Right on, guys.
I love it, brother. Thank you so much, man.
Thanks, guys. Awesome. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, man. Might as well just keep this rolling. We'll do our closeout, man. Like this was, because the reality is we just got through like what, 19, 20 guests.
Man. What a day.
What a day.
Powerful day. So many different guests. So much connection. So much hope. All wrapped into one day.
Brother, I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
Yeah. You did an amazing job.
You did great too, bro.
And you know, we just had a day that was with so much hope and so much opportunity for people to connect. We've dropped out the website a couple times. It should be on the screen again. Reach out.
Yeah.
You know, reach out. You're not alone.
Yeah, you're not
Right?
alone.
This
that's
is
for sure.
we recognize, and the reason we do this is we identify with how challenging it feels, right? And the minute we isolate and try and do this by ourselves, we're in trouble.
Yeah, we heard some powerful testimony today, right? Of people staying sober no matter what, using the resources that we've been given through our respective fellowships, and utilizing new tools like social media groups, like Relating in Recovery, Zoom meetings. Put it all on the plate. Use it to the best of your ability, and stay sober no matter what.
No matter what.
And when all else fails, man, like Glenn said, pick up that phone.
Definitely. And just so I've mentioned it twice today, we will be having a Relating in Recovery 24-hour Zoom connection meeting from noon December 24th to noon December 25th.
Awesome.
Go to Relating in Recovery Facebook group in order to get the information, in order to zoom in there. We're also going to be holding a gratitude meeting on December 23rd at 8 p.m. Again, the information will be in the Relating in Recovery Facebook group. And if you can't find the group, one more time, the website is www.relatinginrecovery.com, and the link is there. I'm beat.
Yeah, I'm beat.
I'm
too.
feeling lit. I'm
That's
vibrating,
amazing.
but I'm beat. It's a real combination of different stuff. I'm gonna go kick up my feet right now and thank God, and thank the program, and thank all of you for my sobriety.
Awesome, Jay. Merry Christmas, bud.
Merry Christmas, brother.